Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again we are inviting heads of delegations to proceed to the group photo session just outside of the meeting room, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly have a seat. The meeting will now begin. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin today's agenda, kindly have a look at the Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center's safety induction.
Welcome to Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center, BNDCC. Your safety is always our first priority. It is essential that you are familiar with our emergency procedures in order to respond appropriately during an emergency. When you enter the building, pay attention to the nearest exit doors, emergency stairs and fire extinguishers. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In the event of an emergency such as fire, earthquake, bomb explosion, or tsunami is announced over the public address system, or an emergency alarm is sounded, please remain calm and listen to the announcement. Please follow the evacuation routes and follow the instructions given by Emergency Response Team (ERT) personnel. If we are required to evacuate the building, please proceed calmly to the nearest safe exit and follow closely the instructions of ERT personnel to the assembly points. Please do not use the elevator. Use the nearest emergency stairs according to the evacuation route signs. If you require first aid, please do not hesitate to ask one of our ERT personnel. Now you are here at Pechatu Hall. Pay attention to the exit doors and evacuation routes. Thank you for your attention. Best wishes for an eventful day at BNDCC.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. A very good morning and another warm welcome to the beautiful, the exotic Bali, Indonesia, for the preparatory meeting for the 20th ASEAN Ministers on Energy Meeting +3. Delegates, last night we've had such an inspiring evening oceanside at Taman Bagawan here in Nusa Dua, Bali, with a glimpse of the vast culture and cuisine of the Indonesian archipelago. And this morning, we've embarked upon yet another day of deliberations. Commencing the program this morning, we are privileged to invite the soy leader of Indonesia, presiding as chair of the meeting today, to deliver the opening remarks and to lead the meeting agenda. Honorable Mr. Jisman Hutajulu, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, MC. Your Excellencies, senior official on energy leaders from ASEAN member states, including my colleagues from Timor-Leste, soil leaders from China, Japan, and Republic of Korea, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome you to the SOME +3 preparatory meeting for the 20th ASEAN +3 Minister on Energy meeting. Today, we are here to prepare for the upcoming 20 ASEAN +3 meeting. It has been 20 years since we start this dialogue, and we would like to appreciate our +3 dialogue partners for our cooperation in the energy sector. Currently, our region is facing challenges in the energy sector. It is important for us to collaborate and explore innovative solutions in ensuring sustainable energy future and addressing energy security concern. Interconnectivity is a crucial element in realizing our energy security. It will optimize the utilization of renewable energy potential, enhance energy efficiency, and promote clean energy utilization. By linking our energy system, we can increase the stability and reliability of energy supply and bring more economic benefit to our people. The ASEAN Plus 3 region have abundant potential in energy resources, and it is crucial that we can unlock this potential collectively by sharing best practices and exchanging knowledge. We thank you for your participation in this meeting. I am confident that together we can make significant progress toward a more secure and sustainable energy future for ASEAN with the support from the Plus 3 partners. Thank you. And now allow me to invite our colleague from China to deliver the opening remarks. China, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Chairman, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to meet you all here again. This year, the Presidency advocates for sustainable energy security and the promotion of energy interconnectivity within this region. China also shares the points very much. We look forward to reviewing our progress and summarizing our cooperation experiences during the meeting. First of all, on behalf of National Energy Administration of China, I extend sincere gratitude to the Chairman Indonesia, as well as to all our ASEAN Secretariat, ACE, and all our colleagues for your excellent contributions for this meeting. As we all know, the ASEAN Plus 3 nations share a lot, especially we are facing a lot of significant cooperation and complementary advantages in regional energy cooperation. We anticipated all parties will continue to work together, leveraging cooperative initiatives and platforms to work together. Anyway, we under the strong support of all our ASEAN member states, the ASEAN Secretariat and ACE, the ASEAN China Clean Energy Cooperation Center will achieve milestone outcomes at the closing ceremony of the AMEM. The implementation unit from both sides will sign an MOU. We look forward to this collaboration of the implementation unit in promptly formulating the archaic framework, advancing the phased implementation of its establishment. To support the work of ARCAC, China will integrate 3 mechanisms: the ASEAN Plus 3 Clean Energy Roundtable Dialogue, China-ASEAN Clean Energy Capacity Building Program, and the East Asia Summit Clean Energy Forum into the China-ASEAN Clean Energy Week, which will create more efficient and enriched channel for regional clean energy communication and cooperation. Since the introduction of CEW concept during the ASEAN RESSN meeting in May this year, the positive feedback received has propelled steady progress in the preparatory work. Taking this opportunity on behalf of NEA, I express gratitude for the support, indeed. In conclusion, we wish the meeting successful. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Next, may I invite Japan, please.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Government of Indonesia and ASEAN Center for Energy for hosting this meeting. It is a great honor for me to co-chair this meeting with China and Korea. And I would also like to thank you for the great hospitality last evening, the great entertainment full of Indonesian culture. Climate change is an urgent issue that we must work together, particularly in Asia, where energy demand is expected to grow along with the expanding economy. Achieving decarbonization, energy security, and economic growth simultaneously is our important challenge. It is important that countries make efforts towards common goal of decarbonization through various pathways, in line with each country's national circumstances. Japan is ready to fully utilize its technologies and experience and provide comprehensive support, combining multiple tools, including international demonstration projects supported by NEDO, financing from JBIC, NEXI, and JOGMEC, and public finance through ODA, responding to each country's specific needs. It is Japan's priority to promote energy transition initiatives together with ASEAN countries. This year, we launched the Asia Zero Emission Community, AZEC, initiative as a framework for Japan's contribution to decarbonization in the Asia region. We will formulate tangible projects introducing various decarbonization technologies. This year, Japan celebrates the 50th anniversary of ASEAN-Japan Friendship and Cooperation. Looking ahead the next 50 years, Japan truly expects, jointly with China and Korea, our collaboration with ASEAN countries will expand even further. I look forward to a very fruitful meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Last but not least, allow me to invite colleagues from the Republic of Korea for the opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairs. I would like to express my gratitude to Indonesian government and ACE for arranging this ASEAN Plus 3 meeting in Bali, a truly beautiful city. I'm glad to be here with you today. The world has faced several challenges in recent years, including the COVID-19 pandemic, Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the worsening climate crisis. However, the World Health Organization downgraded the COVID-19 pandemic status and declared an end to the global public health emergency in May. Moreover, I am confident that the international community will soon see a resolution to Russian invasion. However, the climate crisis still remains unresolved despite ongoing global efforts. Climate disasters like heat waves, heavy flood, and wildfires have become a regular occurrence worldwide. ASEAN is exceptionally vulnerable to effects of the climate crisis, which is why today's meeting focuses on the further energy cooperation and establishing further plans is critical. In this regard, Korea is actively preparing and promoting a new energy policy direction to ensure energy security and effectively address the climate crisis. Our goal is to adopt a balanced carbon-free energy approach by utilizing nuclear renewable energy, co-firing hydrogen and ammonia. We also aim to increase our reserve capacity, diversify our supply chain, and invest in developing research to improve our energy security. Additionally, we are working to adopt behavior changes supported by policies to help end use shift the low emission intention consumption. In order to accelerate our progress towards sustainable energy development and address the energy crisis, it's vital to expand cooperation among countries and promote clean energy expansion while enhancing energy security. I hope today's meeting will provide the opportunity to gather wisdom and enhance cooperative activities among ASEAN and China and Japan and Korea member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea. Now let's move on to the next agenda item. For agenda item 2, adoption of the agenda, I will invite Ace to brief us our agenda for today. Ace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Today's agenda, please flash the slide. Thank you. After finishing the opening remarks, we continue with the adoption of the agenda and business arrangement. After that, the ASEAN Secretariat will brief the 20th AMEM+3 and continue with the Chairman report on the summary of the 22nd SOMI+3 and agenda item 6, preparation for the 20th AMEM+3, started with the draft agenda and draft joint ministerial statement of the 20th AMEM+3 and draft ASEAN+3 APT leader statement on 6.3 item. And then item number 7, the other matters, and adoption of the report, and the agenda item 9, the closing remarks. Your Excellencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ace. May I invite any comment from ASEAN member state and +3 for agenda? If there is no further comment, we consider the agenda adopted. And now let's move on to the next agenda item. Item 3, business arrangement. I would like to announce that today's meetings will be convened in plenary and Ace will be the reporter. Thank you. For agenda item 4.144, I would like to invite the ASEAN Secretariat to briefly introduce its report to the 20 AMEM+3, covering the main directive from the relevant ASEAN+3 high-level meeting, cross-sectoral initiative, and the ASEAN Sustainability Agenda. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and very good morning to SOE leaders and our delegates from China, Japan, and Korea. Allow me to brief you some of the key outcomes from this the recent and also recent development. Next slide, please. I would like to cover 4 points. The first one is the 25th ASEAN+3 Summit, and second one is APT Cooperation Work Plan 2023 to 2027. Next is on the cross-sectoral matters related to energy. And last but not least is some of the ASEAN's recent developments in response towards low-carbon sustainable future. Next slide. A quick recap from the 25th ASEAN+3 Summit in Phnom Penh last year. At the summit, we have reaffirmed commitment to further strengthen and deepening the APT process, which play a key role in regional community building effort with ASEAN as the driving force. We also welcome the adoption of the successor APT Cooperation Work Plan for the next 5 years. We also encourage APT countries to enhance cooperation on bioenergy and also encourage enhanced APT energy cooperation through regional interconnectivity. This is also in line with APEC Phase 2 and following the success commencement of the Lao, PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore Power Integration Project in June last year. We also underscore the importance of forging closer cooperation in energy security. Next, please. Just want to highlight some of the key the principal guideline for cooperation in the next 5 years. As you could see here in section 2.5, there are 18 agenda items, which ranging from, we continue support implementation of APEC Phase 2, support the work of ASEAN Center for Energy, also support work ranging from technology transfer, joint research on key technology, cooperation in standardization, harmonization of standards. Also on energy markets, promoting gas and LNG markets, energy efficiency, conservation areas, and also areas such as rural electrification program, capacity building on energy safety management, work related to the conduct of activity related to clean energy technology, also strengthening things related to CCT, CCUS, and also on policy related to energy security measure, best practice, and last but not least is support on low carbon and renewable hydrogen. So it's quite a wide range of activity that we could work together. Next, please. As for the cross-sectoral work involving energy, we have worked with food, agriculture, and forestry, also with micro, small, and business enterprise, and also with science, technology, innovation, as you can see on this slide. Next, please. Allow me, just this the last point that I would like to touch on and bring your attention to is our recent two important framework on ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or DIFA, and another one is ASEAN Strategy for Carbon Neutrality, which is just recently endorsed at the ASEAN Economic Ministerial Meeting a few days ago. So these two frameworks will provide a cooperation framework. Hear me? Okay. Digital trade ecosystem in the region, and also my time is up. Yes, and okay. The carbon. Okay, I'm so sorry. Yes, this carbon neutrality framework, it would outline the transition plan, and it would be an overarching framework for all the sector to work together towards this carbon neutrality. Next slide, please. So the key takeaways, as we are in the process of drafting our post-2025 vision, the two framework, the digital framework, and also this carbon neutrality would pave a way for our region sustainability and digitalization transition. And we would like to encourage our +3 partners to work with us in facilitating and accelerating our region transition towards low carbon sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ASEC. I would like to invite comment regarding ASEC presentation. If no comment, let's move to the next agenda item. Agenda item 5.1, we will finalize the report to the 20 AMEN+3. The SOME+3 chair report will focus on the SOME+3 APGG accomplishment and work program for the period of 2023 to 2024 in the following fora: ASEAN+3 Energy Security Forum, ASEAN+3 Oil and Natural Gas Forum and Business Dialogue, ASEAN+3 New and Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency and Conservation Forum, ASEAN+3 Clean Energy Roundtable Dialogue. Ace, could you please guide us through the draft report, please?
Thank you, Your Excellency Chair. So on the Energy Security Forum, we welcome the upcoming 11 oil stockpiling roadmap, and followed by the energy security on oil, appreciated the conduct of oil capacity buildings on energy security. The energy security on coal, we welcome the completion of strategic report on ASEAN readiness for CCT and CCU technologies. On the energy security on nuclear, noted the continuing cooperation to build the capacity on nuclear science, technology, and policy, and regulatory frameworks through the conduct of ASEAN GAA joint seminar on nuclear security culture, and the signing MOU between ACE and KNA. While it's on the energy security and energy safety management, look forward to the implementation of the Korea initiative on capacity building. On the oil market and natural gas forum and business dialogue, we welcome the upcoming 12th ASEAN Plus 3 oil market and natural gas forum. The new and renewable energy and energy efficiency and conservation forum, the key outcomes noted the ASEAN energy demand is projected to quadrupled by 2050, which is driven by transport and industrial sectors. Acknowledge the progress of the AJIP Scheme 4 and Scheme 5. Acknowledge the conduct of the ASEAN Plus 3 Mitigation Cooperation Program 2022. Acknowledge the conduct of 4th and 5th Government-Private Forum of CEVIA on February 6 this year in Cebu, Philippines. And also the upcoming IBF in 25th August 2023 in Bali. And we welcome the adoption of CEVIA collaboration roadmap and encourage the continuation of the CEVIA flagship projects on ZEP, ranking control, steel ESOCOL, and also financing resources. So we recommend to strengthen the cooperation and intensifying e-measures and RE deployment in both sectors, and to encourage discussion on grid resiliency and critical minerals in energy transition, and to leverage CEVIA for mobilizing the public and private investment for clean energy projects, and strengthen assistance and initiative to support decarbonization in SMEs. Next slide. On the Clean Energy Roundtable Dialogue, we acknowledge the conduct of 5th ASEAN Plus 3 Clean Energy Roundtable Dialogue, and welcome the plans to organize the China ASEAN Clean Energy Week, KQ, in September. We also acknowledge 2 capacity building programs under ASEAN China Clean Energy Capacity Building Program in 2022, organized by ACE and CRE. Also welcome the China ASEAN Clean Energy Capacity Building 2023 Exchange Project Offshore Wind Development, and noted 2 ongoing studies developed by ACE and CRE. First is ramping up renewable energy, and second, the ASEAN Offshore Wind Development Roadmap, and noted the progress of ASEAN China Clean Energy Cooperation Center, ACEC, and welcome the proposed signing of the MOU between ACE and ACEC Affairs Managing Agency, or AMA, on August this year, which is on Friday. Next slide. On SOME Plus 3 EPGG plans for 2023-2024, the Cooperation on Energy Security, 20th Energy Security Forum, and 11 Oil Stockpiling Roadmap Workshop, the Oil Market and Natural Gas Cooperation Forum and Business Dialogue, the 12th ASEAN Plus 3 Oil Market and Natural Gas, on the new RE and ENC, is 18 ASEAN Plus 3 NRE and ENC Forum, 5th CEVIA Forum, ASEAN Plus 3 Mitigation Cooperation, and ASEAN-Japan Energy Efficiency Partnership, or AJIP. The cooperation on Clean Energy Roundtable Dialogue, the activities is 6 ASEAN Plus 3 Clean Energy Roundtable Dialogue, will be held next month in Hoiku, Hainan Province, Japan, China, 20th September 2023. Next slide. With that, I end my presentation, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Ace. I would like to invite any comment from ASEAN member state and plus 3 partners. If there is anything that needs to be added or removed from the draft report. Lau, please.
Thank you very much, Excellency Chair. Lao PDR noted for the SOME Plus 3 EPGG 2022 to 2023 accomplishment and 2023 to 2024 work program, which reflecting effort in preparing and promoting a new energy policy direction to address climate change and uncertainty in the energy supply chain, including through various platforms like energy policy dialogue, knowledge sharing, and best practice exchange, which also ally the implementation of APEC to Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. So, beside of that, under the work program, namely the ASEAN Plus 3 Energy Security Forum, LAPDR will host the 23 SOME Plus 3 EPTG meeting in physically from 11 to 13 October 2023 in Vientiane, which expected to cover the discussion and information sharing on energy security challenge, outlook, and policy related to the oil and gas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lau PDR. Thank you, Lau PDR. Any comment from the floor? Brunei, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Your Excellency Chair. Brunei Darussalam would like to express our appreciation to our ASEAN Plus 3 member countries, China, Japan, and the Republic of Korea, for the strong support and continued assistance given to ASEAN in the development of the region's energy sector. Progress and activities under the SOME Plus 3 Fora are well noted, including the future planned activities under the ASEAN Plus 3 Energy Security Forum, Oil and Natural Gas Market Forum, and Business Dialogue, New and Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency and Conservation Forum, and the Clean Energy Roundtable Dialogue. We are encouraged to see that these areas of discussions also cover clean energy and low-carbon technologies as part of the efforts in transitioning towards a low-carbon economy while still maintaining the need for energy security. Continued policy dialogues, information sharing, and capacity building between the member states with our dialogue partners and international organizations are greatly encouraged to keep the momentum going in ensuring our agenda of energy security and energy transition. We welcome further information sharing on best practices, development of regulatory framework, and different modalities for financing mechanisms in the areas of alternative and emerging energy technologies, both in oil and gas, as well as renewable energy sector. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brunei. Is there any further comment? Thailand, please.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thailand would like to thank ESCO for your comprehensive report, and we are pleased to endorse ESCO report and progressive innovation. We acknowledge the outcome of the successful SUM+3 fora and programs on energy security, oil and gas market, and ARC and E and C. We know that the success of clean energy roundtable that discuss our future energy toward low carbon economy and carbon neutrality targets. We hope that during the current global situation, the continued collaboration is moving energy transition toward clean energy while realizing the importance of clean fossil and other alternative energy as the transition feels sourced together with the roll-up as one technology, such as CCUS battery storage system, EV, carbon recycling, methane utilization, and green hydrogen will help us passing through these challenges to reach our common sustainable development goals together. In addition, Thailand supports the proposal work program on the SUM+3 EPGG for 2023 to 2024. We encourage the further and closer collaboration within ASEAN +3 countries to propel our effort to support the APEC Phase 2 for the mutual benefit of the region to achieve the greener and more sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Is there any further comment from the floor? If there is no comment, I think we can endorse the SOME+3 report to be presented to our minister. So now let's move to the next agenda. Agenda 6.1, draft agenda of 20 AMEN+3. Again, I would like to invite Ace to brief us on agenda. Ace, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For agenda item 1 will be the opening remarks, followed by the remarks from Timor-Leste as observer to the 20th AMEN+3, and adoption of the agenda and business arrangement afterwards. Item number 5, ASEAN Secretariat's briefing of the 20th AMEN+3, and followed by the chairman report on the summary of the implementation of SOME+3 Energy Policy Governing Group EPGG work program on the agenda item 6, and then followed by the adoption of the joint ministerial statement and other matters after that. Indonesia will present the ASEAN+3 APT leader statement on developing of the electric vehicle ecosystem. And agenda number 9 is the adoption of the report and closing remarks afterwards. And ending by the group photo, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ace. May I hear any comment or input from the floor? If there is no comment, again, thank you, Ace. The agenda is endorsed by SOME+3 to be adopted later by the minister. Now, let's proceed to the next item. In this agenda item, we will finalize the joint ministerial statement of the 20 AMEN+3. We notice some members and +3 have already submitted their input. I propose we could run through the draft guided by ACE to discuss each paragraph. ACE, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency Chair. This joint ministerial statement, the 28th ASEAN Ministers on Energy Meeting +3, China, Japan, Korea, 28th AMEN+3, 24th August 2023. Introduction. The meeting was chaired by Your Excellency Arifin Tasrif and co-chaired by Your Excellency Ren Jingdong from China, Your Excellency Nakatani Shinichi from METI, Japan, and also from MOTI, Republic of Korea. Just would like to confirm the name of Your Excellencies. And the meeting also attended by the ASEAN member states. The Deputy Secretary General from ASEAN, from AEC, will be also attending. And welcome the head of the delegation of the Timor-Leste as observer. Point number 2, the meeting knowledge the ASEAN as the epicenter of growth. So for point number 1, is there any comment?
Is there any comment to the paragraph 1 from the ASEAN member state?
Timor-Leste.
Timor-Leste. Yes, please, Timor-Leste.
Thank you. I think it's just a minor writing of the Timor-Leste. You should have like a step in the Timor-Leste. Thank you.
Well noted.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Timor-Leste. And any comment or correction from the floor? Okay.
Okay.
Continue to the para 2.
If there is none, para number 2, the meeting knowledge ASEAN as the epicenter of growth, which is facing numerous challenges toward harmonization of energy security, sustainability, and economic development. Also acknowledge the impact of the global geopolitical tension. Also emphasize the importance of strengthening regional energy cooperation as an instrument to address the challenges. Any further inputs or comments on the para number 2? If there is none, we move to the para number 3. The meeting will recognize the urgency to accelerate and just inclusive energy transition towards decarbonization of energy sectors. And also welcome the adoption of the joint declaration of the 41st AMM on sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. And there is an input from Japan to delete the last para. Is there any comment from Japan for the particular issues?
Yes, Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the decarbonization of transport sector is very, very important, and we fully support the general direction. However, we understand there are various pathways to reach that decarbonization of transport sector, and developing EV ecosystem, which is very important. But this is one of various pathways to reach the transportation sector decarbonization. Therefore, we submitted our comments to delete the 5 lines at the very end, but instead of the full deletion, we have alternative proposal to amend this section. So instead of this 5 lines in the very end, we would like to insert after the first sentence of this paragraph 3, where ends at in the screen, the third line from the top, where it says, with national and regional circumstances, period. Yes, there we would like to insert the following. The meeting shared the common view that the energy transition and decarbonization in the transport sector should allow for it's not would, should allow for various pathways towards net zero emissions, pathways towards net zero emissions. Depending on circumstances of each country, while realizing economic growth. Period. And we continue saying, in this viewpoint, the meeting noted developing electric vehicle ecosystem in this region is one of pathways. Yes. So our proposal is to replace the last 5 lines to the newly proposed new lines. And this comment is in line with what we are making comments to the APT Leaders Summit development of electric vehicle ecosystem document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. I invite any other comments from the floor. And also for new Japan input. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the wonderful hospitality last night. So on this, I think the objective of this, or the main objective of this paragraph, I would believe, is to celebrate the joint declaration. You know, that the meeting noted there's this joint declaration of the 41st AMEM on sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. So in that light, I think in terms of the flow of the paragraph, it may be better to have it earlier than now at the end of the paragraph. So that is the gist of what the AMEM countries have been working on in the last, in fact, this year. So that is, I think, the main point. And then there may be additional things that we also would like to look at, perhaps in the electric vehicle ecosystem. So in terms of the order, I think that it is better to have the joint declaration in front. And with regard to the electric vehicle ecosystem, I think it's important to recognize that the decarbonization of the transport sector is important also in the overall grand scheme of things. And I think Indonesia, as Chair has also mentioned this, that transport sector is one area that we need to look at, and I think that's also reflected in the ACE, I think, energy outlook. So, so I think there is merits in referring to this issue. In terms of the actual formulation, I think we'll stand guided by maybe ASEAN Secretariat to see how we can weave in all the necessary inputs. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. Any other input from this paragraph and also from Japan input? Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We can support comment from Japan. We view that it is important for SOME +3 and AMEM +3 to acknowledge and welcome to the initiative on electric vehicle. For our information, after being introduced at the APT Foreign Minister meeting, the draft 0 has been circulated among EMS in the political pillar and received positive feedback as well as input to discuss the draft in the economic pillar. Indonesia SEOM chair has circulated the draft to the STOM and SOME chair as well as SEOM +3 countries to receive feedback and input. In addition, if I may go back to para 2, we have a minor correction for the word epicenter should be epicentrum. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, for input and also the correction. So now, Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for additional comments from Singapore and Indonesia and for the flexibility from the delegates. We are flexible on the order of how we place the reference to the electric vehicle, etc. So I think the Singapore's point about the mentioning to 41st ASEAN AMEM is very important. That's a very valid point. So we asked the Secretariat to find a good order for this paragraph. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Is there any comment? And could we agree to retain the para on APTLS on EP while accepting the inserted para from Japan? Okay.
Also,
please.
Chair, I would like to confirm on the last sentence. Is it confirm to delete? Confirm to delete on the last sentence. And accept the Japanese inputs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And if,
Philippines.
Malaysia, please. Oh no. Sorry. I can see. Yes, Philippines, please.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Chair. On para 3, the portion on the red line here, the meeting shared the common view that the energy transition And then the next sentence in this viewpoint, the meeting noted developing electric vehicle ecosystem in the region as one of the pathways. I think the sentence is not complete. As one of the pathways for, and I think we need to do some editing for the second, this sentence in this view. One of the pathways for zero emission. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. Again, Singapore, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think that because this issue is also being discussed in the separate track, I suggest that if we were to include a line on transport and EVs, I would suggest that we only keep to one line instead of two lines at the moment. Singling out only electric vehicle ecosystem alone as one of the pathways is also may come across as insufficient. So I'm just wondering if ASEAN Secretariat could help to combine the two lines instead of having two separate lines. Thank you.
Asek. Please combine.
Honorable Chair, I think the way that we put here, combine, it's would read better.
Again, Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia support to retain the para, including on the APT leader statement. And we also support the Singapore view to combine the two lines. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. And next, Philippines.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We also support Singapore proposal to combine the two lines here. However, I'd like to put the meeting share the common view that the energy blah 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 up to towards net zero emission depending on domestic circumstances of each country. Thank you, Chair.
Singapore, please.
Thank you. I think this works. It's just a minor suggestion. The meeting also shared the common view. Yeah. Thank you.
Any further input or
Excellency, just would like to confirm to Indonesia whether Indonesia suggests to retain the last sentence.
Indonesia.
Retain the last sentence. Just your suggestion.
And for Japan, could you accept Indonesia proposal to keep the para on APTLS while we also accommodate your inputs? Japan, please make comment.
Excuse me. May I clarify your question again?
Yes. Could you accept Indonesia proposal?
Japan's proposal is to delete this last part, which is shaded now, and introduce the new language that we propose, which is above this in this paragraph.
Okay, so we may accept it, this para number 3. Okay, thank you. Next to the para number 4. Ace, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just would like to confirm that we keep para number 3 as it is. Then we can continue. Okay, thank you. Last sentence, we keep. Okay.
I think it's okay.
Okay, yeah. For the para number 4, if I may, please scroll up. The meeting noted the successful conduct of the APEC Phase 2 midterm review, which indicate the strong implementation of action plans towards its completion in 2025. Also noted that ASEAN will embark in the development of the next cycle of APEC in 2026-2035. And also the meeting reaffirmed their shared commitment to deepen and intensify partnership. And also the meeting noted the various initiatives of the ASEAN Sustainable Development Agenda, including the development of the ASEAN Strategy of Carbon Neutrality, and release of the version 2 of ASEAN Taxonomy. And the meeting also encouraged +3 countries to support the implementation of the initiatives.
Thank you. Ace, any input? Okay, Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was not perfectly clear the former paragraph 3. So may I clarify, can you go further up? Yes, so thank you. So yes, I can see the new language added about the transportation sector. The meeting also shared a common view that energy transition, blah, blah, for the transportation sector should allow for barrier pathway. Yes, that's included. And the very last part, starting from additionally, the meeting welcomed and supported the plans, etc. Japan's proposal is to replace this last 5 lines with the new added lines above. So may I clarify that the last 5 lines, starting from additionally, is now deleted in place of the new lines that we proposed.
Indonesia, any comment?
Thank you, Chair. Very sorry, Japan, Indonesia still will retain the the last para because this already state in the leaders level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Again, Japan.
Thank you, Chair. So I understand now on the table is both sentences are there. So we will immediately check with our capital for the language, and we will come back. So please put reserve on the last 5 lines for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Ace. Yes. Continue to the next para.
Okay. Okay, Chair. We continue with the next para. As I mentioned, para number 4. Is there any comment?
Any comment from the floor to the para number 4? No comment, and continue to the next para number 5. Please, Ace.
On the energy security, para number 5, the meeting expressed its appreciation to Lao PDR to host the upcoming 20th Energy Security Forum, which will be held on October 13 this year, and also noted the forum will focus on measures to address the energy price volatility and supply security issues. And the meeting also encouraged the ASEAN Plus 3 countries to continue the information sharing on policies, best practices, expertise, and resource under above mentioned areas.
Okay, thank you, Ace. And any further comment to the para number 5 from the floor? If there is no comment to the para number 5, we can continue to next para, number 6.
Thank you, Chair. Number 6, the meeting acknowledged the various pathways, which is input from Japan for each country in enhancing energy security and resiliency. And also the meeting encouraged to deploy and utilize various alternative, innovative, and emerging low-carbon technologies. And input from Japan, including bioenergy, natural gas, and LNG. And the meeting also agreed to exchange information on regular basis to build capacity and transfer of technology towards commercialization of low-carbon technologies. And last sentences is input from Japan. The meeting welcomed the support of Japan through the Asia Energy Transition Initiative 80 and also ASEC. And the meeting noted the importance of the effort to enhance the transition financing by ETF study group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ace. Any further comment or input to the para number 6? Again, Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. On the proposal from Japan to insert the para on ASEC, Indonesia view that the meeting just to note the briefing from Japan not welcome, since ASEC initiative do not involve all EMS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. And any comment, maybe from Japan? Is there any comment, please? Yes, Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. As for the AETI and ASEC, we can accept the modification from welcome to noted. Thank you.
Philippines, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. With your kind indulgence, Mr. Chair, I'd like to go back to para 5. The last sentence here, the meeting encouraged the ASEAN plus 3 countries to continue information sharing, best practices, expertise, and resources. What do you mean here by resources? Are we because the statement here, sharing on policies, best practices, expertise, and sharing of resources? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. Now Singapore, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Back to para 6. Sorry, I mean, ASEAN Secretary is still working on para 5? Sorry. Sorry, I know it's ACE. Sorry.
ACE.
For para 6, just a minor suggestion. The last 2 sentences, is there a way we can combine them? Because, yeah, I'm just wondering whether we can combine them. Yeah. Thank you.
This is Singapore.
Singapore.
This is our proposal, Your Excellencies.
Singapore and Philippines, any further comment for this new wording? Yes, Singapore.
Thank you. Just maybe a minor point of clarification. So we are familiar with the AETI, and I think we are also very familiar with the AZEC. Perhaps we could have a little bit more information on the ATF study group. and it's in how we want to mention this, because the two earlier one, AETI and the AZEC, are broad, very major initiatives. But the study group is a study group, or is a study group to support AETI and AZEC? So maybe if we could have some clarifications on that. Thank you.
Okay, Japan, please clarify.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the Asian Transition Finance Study Group is subset of AETI and ASEC. The study group focuses on the useful tool of transition finance. So the study group recently issued the Asia Transition Finance guideline, and also the group issued useful technology, transition technology, as a reference for the finance sector in Asian country. So that's the substance of this Asia Transition Finance Study Group activity, and it is a subset of the AETI and ASEC. And using this opportunity, I would like to suggest the text starting from the meeting noted the briefing by Japan. May I suggest the meeting noted the initiatives by Japan? The meeting, the ASEAN plus METI meeting that was hosted yesterday, agreed on the line using the initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Any further comment from the floor? The meeting noted the initiatives by Japan, the Asia Energy Transition Initiative (AET), Asia Zero Emission Community (ASEC), and Asia Transition Finance (ATF) study group. Philippines, please.
Thank you, Chair. As explained by our Japanese colleague, the Asia Transition Finance Study Group is a subset or sub-component of AETI and the ASEC. Therefore, I would like to suggest that the initiative of Japan on the AETI and ASEC as supported by the Asia Transition Finance Study Group.
Thank you, Philippines. Any further comment? Okay, Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to may I ask Japan to clarify the word natural gas and LNG that you amend in para 6 because I think that this para 6 is talking about the alternative and innovative and emerging low carbon technologies and the word natural gas and LNG. I think that is under this kind of low carbon technology or alternative technologies energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Any further comment from the floor? If there is no more comments, so we can. Oh, Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. I note Thailand's comment, and we also note that in the later paragraph that there is a very good paragraph on natural gas at paragraph 13. So, and then we have whole segment on oil market and natural gas. So, would it be better to focus on our discussions on natural gas and LNG in this segment instead? Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. Any further comments? No more comments, so para number 6 is accepted. Okay. Next today.
Thank you, Chair.
Next para.
Continue for the para number 7. The meeting noted the region's resilience on oil import and emphasized the need for mitigation the impact of oil market volatility, and also noted the conduct of oil capacity building program on energy security. And also welcome the plans to organize the 7 oil stockpiling roadmap workshop held on October in Vientiane, Laos, PDR.
Any comment from the floor to the para number 7? No comment or input. So para number 7 is accepted. Thank you. And I think we can break this meeting and enjoy the coffee break. I will hand it over to the MC for the housekeeping announcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for coffee and tea for approximately 15 minutes. Your refreshments and delicacies and treats from Indonesia have been served just outside. We hope to see you in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, may we have you in the meeting room and take your seats, please. We will begin the next sessions very shortly. Once again, requesting delegates and participants of our meeting to kindly enter the meeting room and take your seats.
Okay.
So I'll just leave it like that.
You can move it up and
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the preparatory meeting for the 20th ASEAN Ministers in Energy meeting +3. Before we gear up to the continuation of our sessions, ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? With all due respect, ladies and gentlemen, kindly refrain from pulling all the wires and the cables on your table to avoid any future technical difficulties. You are more than welcome to bend over the microphone stick closer to you. However, once again, please kindly refrain from pulling on the cables and the wires, as it will disrupt the entire parallel audio systems that we have put together. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your understanding and cooperation. And with that, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to see you back for the continuation of our sessions. Allow me now to hand over to our chairperson, Mr. Chair. Please.
Thank you, MC, and thank you for reminding us. Welcome back to the meeting. I hope you enjoyed the short break. We apologize for the inconvenience from the technical issue. I hope the committee has resolved it. Now, we continue our discussion on the JMS. I give it to Ace to guide us. Please, Ace.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. For the next paragraph, can you flash the slide, please? On the number 8, inputs coming from Singapore, the meeting noted the role of coal in providing a stable and reliable energy supply in the region. And also the meeting welcomed the strategic report on ASEAN readiness for clean core technology and carbon capture utilization technologies by ASEAN Checol. And the meeting encouraged further cooperation in addressing the challenges towards commercial deployment of CCT and CCU. And the meeting also noted the development of the ASEAN CCUS deployment framework and roadmap by ACE. And will provide the pathway for CCUS deployment in achieving ASEAN short, medium, and long-term energy target for the decarbonization in the energy system. Your Excellency, thank you.
Thank you, Ace. We'd like to open for the comment from ASEAN member state and +3 partners. Is there any further comment for the para number 8? If there is no comment, so para number 8 is accepted and continue to the next para. Ace, please.
On the para number 9, the meeting appreciated the continuing cooperation to build the capacity on nuclear science, technology, policy, and regulatory, and communication strategies through the conduct of ACE and also ICN and GIEA joint seminar on nuclear security culture, and also the meeting knowledge the need to strengthen the cooperation and input from Singapore, strengthen the cooperation by exchanging information on the application of nuclear technologies beyond large power generation, including SMR, for industrial heating, hydrogen production, and powering remote island grids.
Thank you, Ace. Would like to ask the floor for the comments. Para number 8, number 9. Singapore, please.
Testing. Okay, great. Sorry, just maybe a point of clarification. The last line that this part about the powering remote island grids. So, maybe Ace could share a little bit more about this this part in terms of powering remote island grids. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Ace.
Related to the SMR technology, which is can be used for this decentralized island system. Therefore, it is proposed to also to power the island grids.
Thank you, Ace, for the explanation. Any more input? If there is no more input to the para number 9, so we can conclude the para number 9 is accepted. Next to the para number 10, please, Ace.
Thank you, Chair. Para number 10, the meeting look forward to the implementation of the Korea Initiative on Capacity Building in Electrical Safety Management for new and renewable energy power generation facilities in ASEAN. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ace. Again, we'd like ask for the comment for para number 10. No. I think we can conclude the para number 10 is accepted. So we can continue to the next para, number 11. Please, Ace.
Thank you, Chair. Number 11, the meeting expressed its appreciation to Lao PDR to host the upcoming 12th ASEAN Plus 3 Oil Market and Natural Gas Forum and Business Dialogue to be held on the 12th October 2023. And the meeting also noted that the forum will discuss and share information on oil and gas policies, plans, and business opportunities. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any comment for the para number 11? I think no comment for para 11, so we can accept it and we can proceed to para number 12. Please ask.
Thank you, Chair. For para number 12, the meeting noted the high dependency of member states on oil and gas products and agreed to deepen cooperation to mitigate supply disruptions and meet climate change, climate resiliency goals through capacity building activities.
Thank you, Ace. Any further input for the para number 12? Again, I think no input for para number 12, so we can proceed to the para number 13. Please, Ace.
Thank you, Chair. Para number 13, input from Japan. The meeting recognized the importance role of increased deliveries of LNG and knowledge that investment in this sector is necessary to energy security and energy transition in the region. It is also echoing what Singapore suggests to put all of these LNG issues in this para. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ace. I would like to seek comment from the floor to the para number 13. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is an excellent insertion from Japan. The only one little suggestion we would like to is could we add something on also the steady supply to make sure it's steady, right, and or secured supply. So it's important of increased deliveries and stable supply of LNG. Thank you, Chair.
In Singapore. Any further input to the para number 13? If there is no more input to the para number 13. So para number 13 is accepted, and we can proceed to the next para, number 14. Please, Ace.
Thank you, Chair. On the new and renewable energy and energy efficiency and conservation, para number 14, the meeting expressed its appreciation to the Philippines for organizing the 17th ASEAN Plus 3 new NRE and Energy Efficiency and Conservation Forum on February 2023 in Cebu. And also, the meeting reiterated the importance of decarbonizing energy-intensive sectors, including industry and transport. And the meeting also encouraged the discussion on resiliency and critical minerals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ace. Again, I would like to ask for comment para number 14. If there is no comment, we can conclude and proceed to para 15. Yes, please.
Para 15, the meeting appreciated the continuous support of Korea through the implementation of ASEAN Plus 3 Mitigation Cooperation Program, jointly implemented by KEA and ACE, and also noted the accomplishment of 2022-2023, including the 3rd and 4th ASEAN-Korea Capacity Building Workshop in both sectors, and also the meeting noted the continued implementation of the program, and look forward to the progress report in the next meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ace. Would like to invite for the comment for para 15. If there is no comment, we can conclude and proceed to para number 16. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. For para 16, the meeting noted the progress of AJIP Scheme 4 and 5, focusing on the development of SIMAS and capacity buildings in both sectors, including buildings. And also the meeting noted the plans to conduct carbon neutrality diagnosis in selected ASEAN countries of the period from 2023-2024 under the AJIP Scheme 5. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ace. We'd like to invite for the comment for para 16. If there is no comment, we can conclude and proceed to the para 17.
Thank you, Chair. The meeting noted the conduct of the 4th Government-Private Forum on SEVIA which was held on 16 February this year in Cebu, and also the fifth CEFIA, which be held a couple of days from now, 25th August 2023 in Bali, and also welcome the adoption of CEFIA collaboration roadmap as synergies between CEFIA and the APAC Phase 2 at 4th CEFIA Forum, and also noted the sharing of best practices and initiative on smart and integrated digital energy management in the industry, commercial and buildings. And also the meeting welcomed the business matching session held during 5th CEFIA Forum in cooperation with JETRO, and also noting the substantial amount of investment needed for power capacity expansion and energy system transformation. And also encouraged to leverage CEFIA as platform to mobilize transition financing and input from Japan, including the strengthened initiative to support decarbonization in SMEs, Your Excellencies.
Thank you, Ace. Would like to ask for the comment for para 17 from the floor. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, it's ready now. Just a point of clarification. Perhaps we can better understand the business matching session. The perspective is probably whether our ministers should welcome a business matching session. Yeah, we can welcome or note roadmaps and sharing of best practices and all that, but not sure whether our ministers should welcome business matching session. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. Any further comment? Yes, Ace.
Would like to confirm Singapore asking the Japan confirmation of this business matching. The inputs coming from Japan, the highlighted green sentences.
Japan, please.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. In addition to the regular CEFIA forum, this time in Bali, we are coordinating this business matching event with support from JETRO as well. So there are several Japanese companies as well coming, and on renewable energy, also electric bike technology, also carbon neutral strategy consultancy. We are bringing those companies from Japan as well, and we are inviting other private sectors from the ASEAN region. So that's an additional event that we are coordinating for this series of the CEFIA forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Again, Singapore, please.
Thank you, Japan. A minor suggestion for this line. The meeting noted the efforts to enhance private sector's involvement or maybe private sector's participation at the 5th CEFIA Forum. I think we can stop there, but if we want to include the mention of JETRO, then we can say have a comma as supported by JETRO, full stop. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Singapore, for the input. Any further comments for the input from Singapore? If there is no comment, we can accept Singapore comment or input. And para number 17 is accepted and proceed to the next para number 18. Ace, please.
Thank you, Chair. Para 18.
China. Yes, China, please.
Thanks, Chair. We made a proposal to make moderation for the meeting date. The last line to be held on 18 to 24th September 2023. Yeah, to be in on 18 to 24th. Yeah, 18 to be held on 18 to 24th September. Yeah, that's it. Many thanks.
Thank you, China, for the correction. Any further comment, input, or correction to this para? If there is no more comment, we can accept. Input from China, and now proceed to the next para number 19. Ace, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Para 19, the meeting acknowledged 2 capacity building programs conducted under ASEAN China Clean Energy Capacity Building Program 2022. by ASEAN CRE on the solar PV and development, and also sustainable hydropower development. And also the meeting noted the rapid growth and development of solar power and sustainable hydropower. And the meeting further appreciated the contribution of the program in strengthening the capability of AMS energy authorities, specifically on the topics of solar PV and hydropower. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ace. China, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to propose a minor adjustment to the second line from the bottom. By consideration the importance of community social safeguard, dam safety, and high efficient consumption. Environment protection. Considering the importance of a community development, environmental protection, community development. The order of the words order. By considering the importance of environment protection, community development, social safeguard, dam safety, and high efficient consumption. That's all. Thanks a lot.
Because this is based on the discussion during the capacity building program held in Cambodia last year. Dam safety.
Dam safety, yeah. Social safeguard, dam safety, dam safety, nuan, dam safety, DAM, hydro dam, dam safety, dam, 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 yeah.
So the hydropower dam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dam. Hello? Dam. 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 Means water dam, hydro dam.
The reservoir dam.
Reservoir dam, yeah. Hydro reservoir dam. Dam safety. And safety. And high efficient consumption after the dam safety. That's it. Got it. Dam safety and high efficient consumption. Something wrong? And high efficient consumption. Consumption. That's it.
High and efficient, please add a hyphen. Yeah. Thank you. High efficient. Thank you.
China, is it correct? Okay. Thank you, China. Any further comment? Or input? PDR, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. PDR support the proposal from China, especially on the dam safety. Currently, we have 90% from hydropower. So this could be the capacity building for the ASEAN member state, especially for the PDR, that we are going to be the chairman for the next year. And we fully support of the proposal from China. Thank you.
Thank you, PDR, for your information. And any further? Oh, Philippines, sorry. sorry for that. Please, Philippines.
Okay, thank you, Chair. With regard to this statement, by considering the importance, I'd like to propose reordering. Maybe we can first put first the community development before the environmental protection, the safeguards, safety. And I'd like to ask our Chinese colleagues, what do we mean here by high efficient consumption? Because we're talking here of the application of solar power and hydrogen, and I don't know the connection of, or what do we mean by the high efficient consumption here. Thank you.
Yes, China, please clarify the question from Philippines, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to using this chance to clarify about the high efficient consumption. Actually, it is decline the curtailment of the renewable energy like solar and hydropower electricity. So that means increase the efficient of the consumption of the electricity consumption. Thank you. Hope I fixed your question.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you, China. Are you saying here that the solar and hydro should be treated as preferential dispatch, mass dispatch? Are you saying the high efficient consumption is?
Yes, China.
Yeah, thank you. Just to decrease the curtailment of the electricity produced by the renewable energy. Yeah.
So, if I may, so the curtailment of the consumption from solar and hydro, the generation from solar and hydro. Okay. If I may suggest replacing the high efficient consumption, maybe we can change this into probably preferential dispatch or mass dispatch.
Chair, yeah, we agree with the proposal by our law colleagues. Many thanks for your input.
Any further comment?
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ace.
Would like to ask Philippines to confirm again your situation. The wording. Would like to confirm again from Philippines for the wording situation.
Ace, for the Philippines, for the wording? Okay. So our suggestion is replacing this high efficient consumption because it may, we may have different views here with regard to highly or high efficient consumption. It may it may mean the consumption side or demand side. So our proposal here is to ensure preferential and mass dispatch. And ensure preferential and mass dispatch.
Thank you, Philippine Ace, and it's okay to China? Good. Is there any comment from the floor for the para number 19? If there is no comment, we conclude and proceed to the next para 20. Ace, please.
Thank you, Chair. On para 20, the meeting noted the two ongoing studies developed by ACE and CRE, and also in regard with the study which aimed to explore the challenges and opportunities of RE development towards low carbon energy transition to pave the pathway for offshore wind development in ASEAN. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ace. Any comment or input or correction from the floor? Okay, to China and from ASEAN member state. Is there any comment or input? Okay, China is okay to the para 20, so we can conclude and next to the para number 21. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For para number 21, input also coming from China. The meeting noted the progress of ASEAN-China Clean Energy Cooperation Center, or ACEC, and welcome the signing MOU between ACE and ACEC AMA on the tomorrow, 24th August 2023. And also the meeting noted that the MOU is aiming to set out the general framework, including technical and organizational arrangement towards the ACEC to support the implementation of APEC and regional clean energy cooperation. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ace. China, any comment? It's okay. And also, we invite for comment from ASEAN member state to the para number 21. If no more comments, we can conclude and proceed to para number 22. Ace, please.
Thank you, Chair. The next meeting, the delegation of the ASEAN plus 3 countries, the ASEAN Secretariat and ACE expressed their appreciation to the government and people of Indonesia for the warm hospitality and the excellent arrangement made for the 28th AMEN plus 3, including para 23, Your Excellency, if I may. The meeting also agreed to meet again in 2024 in Lao PDR for the 21st AMEN plus 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ace. we invite comment to the para number 22 and 23. If no comment, we can conclude para 22 and 23. We can go back. Oh, finish. Okay. We can go back to para number 1. Please, Ace, guide us.
Thank you, Chair. Para 1, Indonesia suggests to remove the names. Please, if that's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ace. Is there any further comment to the para number 1? On para 1, Chair proposed we could just mention the countries without mention the name. Could we agree on this proposal or any other comment from the floor? If no other comment, we may continue for the next pending para. Ace, please.
Thank you, Chair. On the para number 3, as discussed by Indonesia and Japan, agreed to incorporate the sentences developed by Japan into the suggested suggested sentences from Indonesia.
Because it becomes an issue
on the meeting also shared the common view that energy transition and decarbonization in the transport sector should allow for various pathways toward net zero emission depending on domestic circumstances of each country, while realizing the economic growth, including the development of electric vehicles ecosystem. And the meeting, additionally, the meeting noted the plans to adopt the ASEAN +3 leaders statement on developing regional electric vehicles ecosystem, which will recognize the role of electric vehicles to improve energy security in the region, and highlighted the commitment for building ASEAN as a global production hub
for electric vehicle industry, Your Excellencies. So we combine both.
Thank you. I see Korea. Korea, please.
Thank you, Chairs. I would like to support the original text suggested by the Presidency. This is in line with the ASEAN leaders' declaration on developing regional electric vehicle ecosystem in May. So in this regard, Korea is happy to express that this sentence now encompasses collaboration with China, Japan, and Korea, plus 3 countries, to ensure ASEAN's capacity to deploy emerging and inclusive technology, including those related to electric vehicles. And also, Korea would like to reserve the suggestion by Japan. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea, for your input. Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank the Secretariat for incorporating our comment, and also we are and on the last sentence, starting from additionally, we can support or retaining that 5 lines, but with the change of welcome to the noted. The rationale for the change from welcome to noted is, yes, we understand the ASEAN has adopted the EV document. However, as for the ASEAN +3 leader statement, the discussion on the document is working on progress. That's why we think that the meeting noted is an appropriate language to capture this work on progress discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan, for your input. Any more comment for this para? If no other comment, I think we don't have any other pending issues. Is correct, Ace? So we conclude this para and this joint ministerial. Ace? Okay. Thank you for your constructive input in this GMS. And now, let's continue to the next agenda. Agenda 6.3. In this agenda, before I invite Indonesia to explain about the draft, I'd like brief colleagues that SEOM Chair has circulated a letter to the SOME Chair and STOM Chair which requests SOME and STOM Chair to circulate the draft of APT leader statement on developing EP ecosystem to the ASEAN member state focal point. Based on that letter, I have sent the draft of APT LS on AP to AMS. I also believe that China, Japan, and Korea have also received the draft text from its SEOM focal point. Now, I would like to invite Indonesia to brief us regarding the draft. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to share with you briefly the proposed ASEAN +3 EPT leader statement on developing the electric vehicle ecosystem as one of the outcome document for the 26th ASEAN Plus 3 Summit in Jakarta, September 2023. This proposal is a concrete follow-up of the previous initiative, the ASEAN Leaders Declaration on Developing Region Electric Vehicle Ecosystem, adopted at the 42nd ASEAN Summit in Labuan Bajo last May. One of the crucial aspects of the declaration is indeed the importance of cooperation and partnership with ASEAN external partners through various ASEAN-led mechanisms, including ASEAN Plus 3. Within the context of APT, we have all the potential to develop a robust electric vehicle ecosystem that covers the entire value chain from upstream to downstream. Indonesia first introduced this proposal at the ASEAN Plus 3 Foreign Ministry meeting on 13 July 2023, which received general agreement from the meeting. This proposal was also tabled during the SEOM Plus 3 meeting last July and APT SOM early August. In this regard, Indonesia seeks support from Plus 3 for the proposal until its adoption of the ASEAN Plus 3 Summit. ASEAN support for the development of APT leader statement on developing electric vehicle ecosystem has already been mentioned in GMS of 41st AMEM. We are glad that it has already been reflected as well in the 20 AMEM Plus 3 GMS and seek further support from the AMEM Plus 3 ministers. Thank you.
Indonesia, for the updates. And before opening the floor for discussion, I would like to invite ACE. If there is any additional information that you would like to convey to ASEAN member state, ACE, please.
At the moment, no additional comment and information, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, ACE. And now I'd like to open the floor for any comment from the ASEAN member state and Plus 3 countries to the draft statement. Japan, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I will make comment on this electric vehicle ecosystem document. But before that, sorry for taking the floor. On the joint statement, I had on the joint ministerial statement, I had one additional comment that I had to make before you closed the previous session. So maybe after this discussion on the ecosystem document, may I come back to the previous joint statement discussion. And for this ecosystem document, yes, Japan is very supportive of decarbonizing the transport sector in Asia and worldwide. And we appreciate the ecosystem document agreed by the ASEAN countries. And we are on the progress of completing the ASEAN Plus 3 leaders statement. And we are providing several comments in line with what I have mentioned in the previous session. So I will keep, Japan will keep delivering our input to this completion of this document. Several comments include the reference to the various technologies, technology neutrality, and also not only decarbonizing the automobile, but also decarbonizing power sector along with EV is very important. Also, decarbonization of fuel using e-fuel or biofuel can be an effective solution for decarbonizing the existing combustion engine vehicles. So all those comments we are trying to input to this process. Thank you very much.
I thank for the Japan inputs. We are glad to receive your input. Since we are not going to the drafting for APTLS on EP, Japan could submit the input to the SEOM channel besides submitting to the SOME chair. Thank you. Any further? Philippines? Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. Korea would like to support this draft from presidency. And we also, I mentioned previously, I'm delighted by expansion of the ASEAN Summits, the ASEAN Leaders Declaration on Developing Regional Electric Vehicle Ecosystem in May. And also, I'm happy to support that the collaboration with the +3 country. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea, for your support. Any further comment or input for this report? If there is no comment from the floor, I thank you for all views and support given to the proposed ASEAN +3 leaders statement on developing of the electric vehicle ecosystem. I wish our minister could share the same support during the 20th AMEM +3. Now we move to the next agenda item. Other matters. I believe there is no other matters on our agenda today. Oh, Japan, please.
Sorry, Chair, for taking the floor again. So, may I, yes, kindly ask you to come back to the paragraph 6 of the joint statement. I just checked with capital, Tokyo, and on the reference to the ASEC and AETI and ATF, may I suggest some amendment on the language as following. So we would like to say the meeting noted the Japan-led zero emission community (ASEC). And the relevant initiatives such as Japan-led. The meeting noted the Japan-led Asia's Asia zero emission community. Japan-led Asian zero emission community. So from the beginning, I would say the meeting noted the Japan-led Asia Zero Emission Community. Japan-led Asia Zero Emission Community. Sorry, I'll speak closer to the mic. Sorry. So please read, the meeting noted the Japan-led Asia Zero Emission Community. And the Asia Zero Emission Community and the relevant initiatives such as Asia's Energy Transition Initiative and private-led Asian Transition Finance Study Group. Period. Yes, yes, that's correct. Sorry for bringing this up in the last moment, but there are a slight difference of the layers and who lead. So this is how we see appropriate way of explaining our initiatives. And especially the AZEC, the Air Zero Emission Community, is a very high-level initiative led by our Prime Minister. That's why we bringing this AZEC first and continue on saying and relevant initiatives such as AETI and ATF. And ATF has a slightly different characteristic. It's a private-led rather than a government-led initiative. So that's why we would like to make some modification to this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan, for your input. Any further comment? Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. So applies for taking table again. Thank you, Chair. May I get paragraph number 3? Yes, I'm wondering that the middle of the paragraph, the context is a little different. The final paragraph, final phrase in this paragraph. To my understanding, the final sentence, this paragraph is focused on the electric vehicles suggested by presidency, but the middle phrase is a little bit different, I think. So I'm wondering that the presidency is the view on this middle of this paragraph.
Thank you, Korea. We could split this para into two by entering the part of the meeting also share blah 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 blah. Korea?
Yes.
Is okay?
Yes.
Okay.
This paragraph is current finalized paragraph. Number 3. I'm not sure the number 3 paragraph finalized.
Ace? May finish? No. Korea is okay?
Thank you, chairs. It is clarified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Korea. And any further comment or input for this para? Oh, Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think for this paragraph, I understand the elements. I think Singapore mentioned about the AMEM statement is very important, so that's why it's in the first order. Then we now brought up this electric vehicle leader statement up front in paragraph 3. But we would like to have our insertion about the transport sector together very close to the electric vehicle ecosystem element. So in that sense, I can suggest our insertion, starting from the meeting, also share the common view that, and we have this 5 line here, we bring this up, yes, just like you did, and connect with the electric vehicle element.
Japan
yes.
is okay?
Yes, what you constructed is fine to us.
Okay, thank you. Korea is okay?
I'm so sorry. I have a concern, the paragraph number 4.
Mm-hmm.
The first sentence. First sentence is the explain about various pathway, and the other sentence is focused on the electric vehicles. So I think that these two sentences a little bit gap in this paragraph. So I'd like to focus on the electric vehicles suggested by presidency. So if the president accept the first paragraph, we would like change the sentence a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, may I suggest the after in the transport sector, yes, there. I would like to replace that phrase, can allow for utilizing zero-emission vehicles toward achieving. Replace should allow for various pathway toward. Yes. I suggest this phrase. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea, for your input. And any comments from the ASEAN member state? Yes, Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. And on the comment just made from Korea, we would like to keep the language we suggested originally. I think now this new paragraph is about our view, the ASEAN Plus 3's view on the transport sector, the decarbonization of transport sector. And I fully agree that electric vehicle is one of the effective way to decarbonize transport sector. But zero emission vehicle, it's not single option to decarbonize the transport sector. Of course, new car sales of zero emission vehicle is very important. So that's why we can keep that saying, including the development of electric vehicle ecosystem. That we are fine with that. However, decarbonization of transport sector is much wider aspect, has much wider aspect. So the power sector has to be decarbonized to provide the clean power to the EV. Also, fuel can be decarbonized using biofuel or e-fuel to decarbonize the existing combustion engine, etc. So I think it's valuable to have a reference to this variable pathways, and one of it being the electric vehicle. So I would like to keep the original language that we proposed. Thank you.
Korea, please.
Thank you, Chairs. I understanding Japan's comments, but Korea would like to respect the President's intention to input this paragraph and sentence from ASEAN Leaders Summit statement. So we would like to support original text proposed by Presidency, and we also suggest to change the phrase, this paragraph. Thank you for understanding.
Thank you, Korea, for this matter. And to accommodate Japan and Korea input, I would like to propose new sentence from Chair. Should allow for various pathways towards, including utilizing zero-emission vehicles, towards achieving net zero emission, blah, 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 etc. Japan is okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think we can support the Chair's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan and Korea.
Thank you, Chair. We can accept.
Thank you, Korea. And then we conclude the report, and next to the next agenda. Agenda item 8, adoption of the report. The meeting may wish to consider and adopt the summary record of the SOME +3 preparatory meeting for the 20 AMEM +3 or and on referendum basis. Agenda item 7 is adoption on the report. As will draft the report, and the ASEAN member state and +3 countries will adopt it on an referendum basis. Thank you. Now we have the last agenda, closing remark. Excellencies, senior official on energy leader from ASEAN, China, Japan, and Korea, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our meeting today has shown our commitment to enhance cooperation in ensuring energy security and accelerating energy transition. I would like to express my gratitude to all colleagues for their dedication and commitment to advancing the energy agenda between ASEAN and +3. Let's work together with a collective purpose, collaboration, and determination to support our energy transition agenda. We can drive positive change and secure our energy future for generations to come. Thank you. And now I would like to invite China to deliver their closing remark. China, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning's preparatory meeting is very efficient and fruitful, just like all our energy cooperation projects. We are fully confident that the proposal and the new initiatives made by our colleagues will contribute more to our future cooperation. And ARCEC is a very good example for our cooperation. And the MOU is going to be signed on 25th August on the ARCEC. We'll mobilize more resources to implement APEC and contribute our cooperation. As we all know that the ASEAN-China Clean Energy Week is going to be hosted from 18th to 24th September in Hainan. We are looking forward to meeting you all our colleagues, our ministers, to attend the important week and to contribute your innovative and constructive thoughts to our further cooperation. Finally, big thanks to our presidency in Indonesia, especially to DG Gisman, for your excellent organization and excellent reception, and wish a big success for our ASEAN Energy Minister meeting. Many thanks.
Thank you, China. And I would like to invite Japan to deliver the closing remark, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to once again thank the strong leadership of the presidency and all the achievements we have done towards the AMEM+3 meeting. And I would also like to thank all those involved for their efforts promoting the activities of the 3 forums that Japan provides for support. And I'd like to just very briefly touch on the 3 forum activities using this opportunity. So the Energy Security Forum, the demand for oil and gas for ASEAN is expected to grow continuously. And given the severe energy landscape today, energy security is important than ever. So this makes the forum very timely and valuable. And Japan has supported ASEAN countries' efforts regarding the oil stockpiling through capacity building and research projects. And given each country's respective challenges identified in the past energy security forums, Japan will keep contributing to the enhancement of energy security in ASEAN. On the Oil and Natural Gas Market Forum and Business Dialogue, natural gas is becoming more and more important as a transition fuel with relatively low carbon intensity. So as a world's largest LNG importer, Japan will continue to contribute to the development of stable and flexible LNG market in Asia and to promote decarbonization along the LNG value chain. It is also important to promote upstream investment and provide energy access for all through measures to address shortfalls in the supply-demand balance. And thirdly, on the new and renewable energy and energy efficiency conservation front, building on the long-term cooperation on energy efficiency and conservation, Japan also shared its policy and initiatives on energy efficiency in the transportation sector. And Japan is promoting decarbonization projects such as zero-emission building and technology cooperation in steel sector under the SEFIA initiative. And Japan will continue to listen and respond to the needs by the ASEAN countries and promote cooperation and provide solutions. And once again, Japan celebrates the 50th anniversary of Japan-ASEAN friendship and cooperation. So we look ahead to the next 50 years, and Japan truly expects our collaboration with ASEAN countries will expand even further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Lastly, I invite Korea. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to once again extend my gratitude to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia and ACE for warm hospitality and organizing today's meeting. Additionally, I would like to express gratitude to chair countries and organizations for their active engagement in various regional energy cooperation initiatives through each forum and dialogue. The ASEAN region plays a crucial role in combating climate change by transforming low-carbon energy. Today's discussion on development of EV ecosystem is a great example of this potential in action. It is imperative that we collectively strive to identify and implement ongoing energy collaboration initiatives within the region that can foster the transition to low carbon emission and strengthen energy security. Korea plans to assist in reducing greenhouse gas and improve safety at the energy facility. We are also looking to share our expertise in clean energy technology, such as nuclear, hydrogen, and CCUS with other Asian members. We call for our attention and support in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea. I hereby declare the SOME Plus 3 meeting is adjourned. However, I request ASEAN member state colleagues to stay in the meeting a bit longer since we still have items to be discussed. Thank you, and give it back to the MC.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now give some time to our colleagues from the dialogue partners of ASEAN, the People's Republic of China, Japan, and the Republic of Korea to take their leave before we continue on with the following meeting. We would like also to use this opportunity to express our deepest gratitude for the insights, knowledge, and contributions of ASEAN dialogue partners, delegates from China, Japan, and Korea. Thank you very much indeed. And may we also request for the rest of our delegates from ASEAN member states and advisor organizations to please kindly remain seated for the continuation of our meeting session this morning. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as the first part of our meetings come to a conclusion, we now embark to the continuation of the sessions. May we now hand it over our sessions to Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Jisman Hutanjulu. The floor is once again yours.
Thank you, MC. This is about the ASEAN Councils on pending issues related to the signing of the instrument of extension of APG MOU. Colleagues, I apologize for holding you a bit longer since we need to settle the pending issue on the signing of the instrument of extension of APG MOU. After having careful consideration, we view that in the spirit of togetherness and acknowledging its ASEAN member state current situation, the chair proposed that we will sign the IOE of APG MOU without ceremony. I do appreciate Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam, and Lapidiar who could attain the full power to sign the IOE. With the above proposal, Indonesia, Brunei, and Laos could sign the IOE respectively during this 41st AMEM. I also once again encourage the other ASEAN member states to complete its internal process to attain full power, so the IOE could be completely signed before its expiration in March 2024. I hope this proposal is agreeable and could be considered the most compromise option for all. Now, I invite colleagues if there is any response. Thank you. Is there any comment from this proposal? Yes, Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for accommodating all the inputs. I think we, of course, support your proposal. However, we, as we discussed yesterday, we would like the meeting to perhaps note that we would have to look at the legal status of the MOU or the next MOU too, and have that discussed. Yeah, I think that's important. I understand also that once this is signed, then it is also very difficult for ASEAN member states to review if you want to insert any other clarification to the IOE. We are hoping that that would be the case, but we will try to finalize this as well as soon as before the end of today or before Friday. I seek your understanding on this. Thank you.
Lau Pidiara, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to get the clarification on your proposal. You propose that the three countries will sign the IOC during this AMEM. That is your proposal, right? So my concern is I think the Singapore raised a very important issue that, I mean, is quite difficult for other countries. I mean, if we going to amend or change some of the text of the IOC, I mean, if we sign the three countries, but for Lao PDR perspective, we do commit for the IOC text, the context, and if they're going to change or amend in the future, we are quite happy to look at the changing, and of course to get the approval again if something change. But my concern is the same as Singapore raised the issue as the same. If we sign, then other countries will make it difficult for them to accept the changing.
Thank you, Lao PDR and Singapore. I think we couldn't go back to revise the text IOE since it's already finalized and endorsed at the 41st Summit. If we backtrack, it will create bad precedent for the future. I hope Singapore could complete its internal process to attain the full power and could discuss on the new program ABG beyond 2025. Including if it is non-legally binding. Is there any comment from the floor for chair proposal? Okay, if no further comment, we decide that this proposal is agreeable and okay, Singapore.
Thank you, Chair. We hear you. Could we reserve to just come back to you? We're checking again based on also the email that was circulated this morning. So we just want to confirm that your proposal works, but do give us some time, and we hope to be able to confirm with you later today, which is that hopefully there's no more changes to the text of the IOE, and the three ASEAN member states could go ahead to sign, while the rest of the AMS will do so after AMM. And there will also be, just to clarify, there will also be no signing ceremony. Is that the plan? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. Any clarification from ASEC? No?
Yes, just to inform the meeting that, as Singapore has mentioned, that ASEAN Secretariat has circulated information this morning, and I think perhaps as a proposal from Singapore that we can wait until the end of the day. Maybe we come back and revisit, make decision again on this, giving Singapore time to consult their capital. I think we can wait until the end of the day to make decision, Chair. And also clarification on the ceremony. My understanding, the ASEAN Secretariat understanding for Indonesia proposal is to sign without the ceremony.
Okay, thank you, ASEC. We hope we could receive Singapore information by end today. Thank you for your support on this matter. Now, adjourn our meeting. Please, MC, make announcement.
Our gratitudes, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for helping us navigate through the first half of our day today. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is high time to invite you to enjoy lunch now, same as yesterday. May we invite our esteemed heads of delegations to kindly proceed to room Mengwi 5, where your delicious lunch is already served. As for the rest of our delegations, may we invite you to proceed to room Pechatu 3 and Pechatu 5 for your lunch. And again, for our fellow Muslim delegations, ladies and gentlemen, the prayer room is located on the first floors with the directions easily found just outside of this room. We will reconvene in around 90 minutes for the continuations, the second half of our meeting day. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a wonderful lunchtime. Moments, our meeting agenda will resume. May we invite participants of the meeting to kindly enter the meeting room and be seated. Once again, inviting delegates and participants of the next meeting to enter the ballroom and take your seats, please. Thank you. distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and a warm apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the second half of our day for the meeting agenda today. After the refreshing lunch, we sure hope that you're all re-energized and right into the business matters this afternoon. We now welcome you to the preparatory meeting for the 17th East Asia Summit Energy Ministers Meeting. May we now call the meeting to order as we hand over the session to Honorable Mr. Jisman Hutajulu, our chair. Please.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, MC. Your Excellencies, Senior Official on Energy Leader from ASEAN Member State, Senior Official on Energy Leader or the representative from AS countries, ASCOP Papua, ASEAN Secretariat, NAs, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the East Asia Summit Energy Cooperation Task Force Preparatory Meeting for the 17th ASEAN. It is good to see you all again after our last meeting in June. Welcome to Bali. I would like to appreciate our AS partner for their commitment in supporting the energy sector and new initiatives in energy cooperation. We note that during the 17th ESEMM on Friday, Minister of AS countries will exchange views on energy security and energy transition. The Minister will also discuss the possible collaboration on green growth, decarbonization of energy sector. In order to just and inclusive energy transition, we will discuss more on the technology and financing issues. We hope that the regional collaboration between AS countries could bring more initiatives to our decarbonization agenda. Thank you. And now let's move to the next agenda item item 2, adoption of the agenda. I will invite the ASEAN Secretariat to brief us on our agenda for today. Please, ASEC, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. You may flash the agenda for today, which we have circulated early on. So we'll start with after business arrangement, we have the preparations for the 17 EAS-EMM. We look at the draft agenda, the draft joint ministerial statement, and then agenda item 5, we work on the preparation for the EAS Energy Ministers Exchange on Energy Security and Energy Transition. The ASEC will brief quickly on briefing to the 17 EAS-EMM, and then we'll have 5.2 on ASEAN member states remarks. And if you can scroll down, we have presentation from EAS participating countries, and then we have open discussion. After that, we have a short break to prepare for Irina and Iria to join the meeting. Agenda item 6 will have preparation for the EAS Energy Ministers Exchange with the IOs. Starting with ASEAN Economic and Trade Outlook, Supply Chain Resilience and Sustainability Agenda. And then 6.2, we have the energy outlook in response to expected economic growth in the region. 6.3 on transitions finance and technology-based sustainability assessment. And 6.7 on enabling just and inclusive energy transition for green growth. Then we have open discussion. After that, we have a quick coffee break, and then we'll followed by agenda item 7 on EAS ECTF share report. And then then we have closing remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ASEAN. Is there any input from ASEAN member state and AS for our agenda today? If there is no comment, we consider the agenda adopted. Now let's move to the next agenda item. Agenda item number 3, business arrangement. I would like to announce today's meeting will be convened in plenary and the ASEAN Secretariat will be the reporter. Thank you. Next, the agenda item 4.1 is the finalization on the agenda of the 17 ASEAN ASEAN Secretariat. Please display the agenda and brief us. Please, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, as shown on the screen, maybe we can scroll down quickly. We start with opening remarks by the chair, and then remark from Timor-Leste as observer, followed by adoption of the agenda, business arrangement, and then we have the agenda item 5, which the EAS Energy Minister Exchange on energy security and energy transition in the region. We'll start by presentation from, actually for this meeting, the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN will be present on behalf of the Secretary General of ASEAN, and then followed by remarks from ASEAN member states. And then on 5.3, we have remarks from our EAS participating countries. And then we have open discussion. Scroll down, please. And we have suggested some points on the open discussion as shown on the screen. After that, we have a short break, and then we'll invite Arena to join the meetings. And then we follow for agenda item 6 on the exchange on international with Irina, the opportunities for green growth in decarbonizing and transitioning of the energy sector. We'll look at the economic and trade outlook and also the ASEAN energy outlook and respond to the expected economic growth in the region. It's quite similar to what we have before on transition and finance, and then followed by 6.4 on enabling just and inclusive energy transition for green growth. Then we have open discussion. After that, we have a short break, and then we have the agenda item 7 on the share report. And after that, we have the adoption of joint statement and dates and venue for the next meeting and closing remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asep. May I hear any comments or input to the draft agenda from AMS and AS, please? If there is no comment, thank you. I think we can adopt the draft agenda for the 17 ASEAN. So now let's move to the next agenda item, item 4.2, is discussion and finalization on the JMS draft of the 17 ASEAN. I think all of us have already received the draft circulated by ASEC with all the comments. We will discuss the draft of JMS para by para, and hopefully we could achieve a conclusion. I hope we could focus on our energy cooperation and refrain from falling into debate which might prevent us from achieving to the conclusion of the JMS. I would like to invite ASEC to brief us on the draft of the joint ministerial statement and to get AS input. ASEC, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this agenda, I would like to have my assistant to help facilitating this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we have on the screen, Mr. Chair, is already the consolidation of the comments from all EAS participating countries, Mr. Chair. And so if you would allow us, perhaps if we could suggest that we go paragraph by paragraph, Mr. Chair, so that all the inputs and comments can then be cleared paragraph by paragraph, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ASEC. Is there any comment from the floor to the paragraph number 1? Yes, Philippine, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. So for paragraph 1, I think we need to include here as the last sentence. The meeting also welcomed Timor-Leste as observer. Sorry, for paragraph 1, maybe we can include as the last sentence here that we also, or the meeting also welcome the head of delegation of Timor-Leste as observer. Thank you.
Capital O. Would that be all right with the Philippines? Does that capture it? Thank you.
Okay. Any further input? If there is no more comment, we can conclude the paragraph 1. So now move to the paragraph 2. ASEC, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For paragraph number 2, there is a comment from Russia to delete that particular phrase, address climate change, Mr. Chair. The reason being that perhaps it's there. Okay. That this JMS is the energy track, and that the matter of climate change is already covered in the paragraph, I think in the next paragraph, Mr. Chair. And so perhaps if there are no additional comments, this particular input, Mr. Chair, has been circulated to all EAS participating countries. And if there are no further comments on this one, perhaps, Mr. Chair, we can accept this.
Thank you, ASEC. US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, want to thank you for bringing these delegations together. On this particular edit, the U.S. would like to request additional clarification here. We certainly have seen climate change tied with our our environmental and energy goals throughout the EAS, certainly through the 2016 EMM joint statements, the 2022 Leaders Chair statements, and the 2021 Leaders.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if it's possible to request US to speak up.
I'm so sorry. I would invite clarification on this edit. Certainly have tied climate, environment, and energy together, most recently as the 2021 Leaders Statement on Sustainable Recovery. Thank you.
Asif, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify that climate aspects are covered in this para with words about sustainability. Thank you.
Asif, please.
So, sorry, Russia's intervention is to clarify that is it withdrawing the suggestion to delete this phrase?
Yes, the Russian proposal is to exclude from the text address climate change because it is the energy track. Thank you.
Okay, understood that it's still suggesting that to delete this. Perhaps, yes. Apologies, but so is there? Can we ask US if it has a language that it wants to have considered?
Thank you, ASEC. US would like to propose retaining the chair's text. Thank you. Just to come back, the US would like to propose retaining the chair's text.
Thank you. So it appears, Mr. Chair, that there is a suggestion to retain the earlier language of the draft. May we, Mr. Chair, if we could inquire from Russia if it's amenable to withdrawing its suggestion.
Okay, Russia, any more comment from your side? No? Thank you. US is okay? Okay, thank you. Any more comments from the floor? Philippines?
Okay, thank you, Chair. For para 2, the second sentence here, with the conviction that energy security, maybe we can include comma and resiliency and the shift to cleaner energy, because we already we also mentioned resilience in the first para. Thank you. First sentence, sorry.
Apologies. Could we request clarification from the Philippines? Is it the third line or is it the second sentence?
It's the second sentence.
Second sentence.
With the conviction that energy security, comma, energy resiliency,
and shift to cleaner energy.
Okay, next Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Korea think that this paragraph is a well-balanced paragraph presented by presidency, and also we also support the Philippines proposal and retain the address climate change. Thank you.
Ashik, please.
So, Mr. Chair, perhaps if everyone is already agreeable to the input, rather to the comment that we should be retaining the original phrase there, address climate change, and also the insertion from the Philippines on resiliency that was supported by Korea, perhaps we can move on, Mr. Chair, if Russia is agreeable, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to clarify that we are still disagree on climate inclusion in this para. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Thank you. Chair proposed to use last year JMS formulation, advance the climate sustainability and decarbonization agenda in the energy sector. By having this sentence, we still address climate change, but in the energy sector. If no further comment, I do hope it will become the middle ground for us all. So, I invite any input from the floor to compromise for this proposal. Yes, US.
Thank you, Chair. The U.S. can go along with the Chair's elegant solution to this edit. Also want to support resiliency from the Philippines as well.
Rasya, any comment from your side for this proposal?
Thank you, Chair. So, first of all, we propose to replace the word decarbonization, yes, with reduce emission. We can agree with this language. And the second one, so the word climate is redundant here because in relation to the word sustainability. So I still propose to exclude climate because we already have sustainability here. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we could leave if there are any revisit later this para. Asep, please.
We could do that, Mr. Chair, but perhaps if you'd allow us to request further clarification from Russia on this matter, Mr. Chair, because we do understand that sustainability is a term that is very general and can include climate, but it isn't. They're not mutually sort of exclusive. So, if it possible, if we could understand better the objection here, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, if Russia needs a bit more time to be able to give us further clarification so we can resolve, perhaps we will mark this as a pending, Mr. Chair, for now, and then we'll.
Yes. We take note on Russia objection. So now we move on and revise later. Asek, continue the next para number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the paragraph 3 is under the subheading Advancing a Sustainability Agenda, Accelerating Energy Transition and Ensuring Energy Security. So there are comments in this paragraph, Mr. Chair, to insert, there's comment from the US to insert this particular phrase in the second sentence so that it will read, the meeting concurred on the importance of cross-sectoral collaboration for the energy transition, including in ensuring targets are aligned with the long-term temperature goals of the Paris Agreement. And there is a reference to the 2022 EAS leader statement here, which includes, I should complete the sentence, Mr. Chair, which includes addressing the rising demand for critical minerals essential for clean energy technologies while respecting sovereignty over natural resources. All that red portion there, Mr. Chair, is an input from Russia, an insertion and also a deletion of the original formulation. And then after that sentence, there is the input from the US, which reads, the meeting acknowledged that certain minerals, materials, products, and technologies are critical as inputs for some zero and low emission energy technologies and clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transitions, and acknowledge the need for expanded investment, recognizing differing regulatory approaches and contributions to local and regional development, Mr. Chair. The comments in this particular paragraph have also been circulated to all participating countries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asek. I would like to invite comments, input, or correction for this paragraph from the floor. If there is no more comment, we can conclude the paragraph 3. Next to the, Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. So regarding para 3, we are against the inclusion of a mention of the goals of Paris Agreement proposed by US. We still believe that this is energy track, not climate track. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, this input already agreed by our leaders and reflected in EAS Leader Statement 2022. So we should consider it is agreeable. How about Russia?
Thank you, Chair. So, the position didn't change. We're against the inclusion, the mention of climate goals. This regard Para 2 and Para 3. Thank you.
Asek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it appears that the objection from Russia is quite similar for paragraph 2 and 3. And so perhaps because we have left the paragraph 2 pending, let's leave paragraph 3 pending as well, so that we go through the entire document and see whether we can have a sort of a global solution later, Mr. Chair. So if that is agreeable as a temporary way of going forward, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think we can agree with the as a proposal to make this para as a pending para. We continue to the next para number 4, this ASEC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for paragraph 4, this is a suggestion input from Australia, and it reads: the meeting noted that ongoing conflicts and related economic shocks, including the volatility of energy prices and issues in energy supply chains, continue to impact on the global efforts to accelerate energy transitions and ensure energy security. The meeting joined the call of ASEAN at the 56th ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting for peaceful resolution of conflicts and compliance with international law, including the UN Charter. The meeting affirmed its commitment to exert utmost efforts to enhance cooperation between parties to mitigate the economic impact of these ongoing conflicts, global economic shocks, and other global shocks to the region, as well as to their bilateral trade and economic relations, particularly on issues related to energy security. So for the consideration of the meeting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ASEC. Now I invite comment from the floor. Russia.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding Para 4, Russia supports the original text prepared by Indonesian presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Is there any comment, input, or correction to the para number 4? If there is no more comment, we can conclude the paragraph number 4 next to the paragraph number 5. Asek, please.
So, Mr. Chair, for paragraph 5, we have there inputs coming from Russia and the US and Indonesia and the US, Mr. Chair. This is a, can you scroll down just to show the entire paragraph? And there's another also from Indonesia. If we scroll up again. So basically, Mr. Chair, the first sentence, there's an input from Russia to once again delete climate there. So we now have paragraphs 2, 3, and 5, where the suggestion is to delete reference to climate. And then there's that insertion from Indonesia, so that sentence, the last part of the sentence reads, that undermine the group's efforts to enhance regional energy security and affordability. The next sentence, there's a suggestion, 2 inputs actually. One is the proposal coming from US, and there's an alternative formulation coming from Indonesia. Perhaps we can make this smaller so that everyone can see the entire. So okay. So this perhaps let's do the first sentence if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Russia, please.
Dear Chair, I just want to highlight again that we do not agree with the new text of para 4. Could you please mark it in the text regarding para 4? I mentioned that we agree with the original text prepared by Indonesian presidency.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, just to be sure that we understand, for paragraph 4, Russia is saying to delete that, suggesting that the proposal from the entire paragraph proposed by Australia is deleted?
Russia is agree with the original text.
There is no original text for para 4. So we will mark it as a deletion of that paragraph instead.
This proposal was previously in the text you shared with us on Sunday. Thank you.
We beg the indulgence of Russia to kindly explain further. We are unable to understand.
I just want to explain that we're ready to support the proposal. We have already seen on Sunday, the Secretary shared with us with the text of the document, and the wording was another one in para 4. And is a new proposal we cannot support. Please mention it in the text.
So in which case, we understand that you are agreeable to a previous formulation, but this is an additional input from another EAS participating country. So if it's okay, we will simply mark this as something that is not agreeable to Russia and look at the rest of the formulation, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. In which case we will go to paragraph number 5, where some of the original formulations that you might have seen earlier is there. And perhaps we can move on to the next paragraph, Mr. Chair.
So Russia considered to use the original text regarding geopolitics, which reflected in para number 5.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to help clarify once again, paragraph number 4, we understand that Russia is not agreeable, and we have marked it as such. And I think the paragraph that you are looking for is in paragraph number 5, but paragraph number 5 also has some inputs, which you can see in the screen in the screen right now. And so perhaps having marked paragraph number 4 as disagreeable to Russia, we can move to paragraph number 5 to also consider that paragraph, because then we can take both together and see how we can find a consensus, Mr. Chair.
Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. So regarding the proposal by US, we cannot agree, because the Asian Summit is a regional forum on energy which does not discuss political or security issues. So we will consider it is unacceptable to include the wording about any geopolitical tensions, including the war in Ukraine, in the context of cooperation within East Asian Summit. Moreover, Ukraine is not a part of the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Russia.
And this is a principled position. Thank you.
Oh. Yes, Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Australia can support the inserted text by the US. That just to clarify, it's that some of the text inserted in paragraph 4 was sort of more of a compromise text based on former G20 Bali Energy Transitions meeting, ASEAN Energy Ministers meeting joint statement in 2022, and the ASEAN +3 language in 2022. But as an alternative, we can also support the US language in para 5. Thanks.
Thank you, Australia. And then?
So, Mr. Chair, we have marked this as such, that Australia supports the US formulation, and that Russia proposes to delete, Mr. Chair. Allow the ASEAN Secretary to also point out that there is also an alternative formulation by Indonesia, right at the bottom.
Wait a minute.
As another alternative.
Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. For the paragraph 5, Japan can support the text proposed by the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. And now, Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines supports the proposal of Indonesia here because the proposal of Indonesia will also cover the para 4, which is wanted to be deleted by Russia here. Thank you.
Yes, Asep.
So, Mr. Chair, it appears that just to recap, paragraphs 4 and 5 are to be read together, Mr. Chair, and basically the compromise language that's on the table right now is the that tries to consider the inputs coming from U.S. and Australia in para 4 and also in para 5 are considered, Mr. Chair, and so there might be other comments from the floor, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I think we can make this para expanding para. And now move to the next para number 6. Asek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have marked it as such. So in the next para 6, so there's the original formulation there on the EAS participating countries taking the opportunity to brief the meeting on key aspects of their respective plans, policies, major initiatives and challenges towards energy security and energy transitions. And a suggestion to delete an earlier formulation to be replaced by a suggestion from the US to be replaced by this new sentence, 2 sentences, Mr. Chair, which reads, the meeting recognized that more intensive efforts are needed for economies to accelerate their clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transitions, consistent with global net zero greenhouse gas emissions, carbon neutrality, by or around mid-century, while taking into account the latest scientific developments in different domestic circumstances. In doing so, we endeavor to create decent jobs and ensure energy resilience, access, and security in the region. Is there any other? That's the entirety of the paragraph number 6, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asep. I invite comments, input, or correction to the para number 6 from the floor, please. Any more input? If there is no more comment, we can conclude the paragraph number 6. Next, move on to the para number 7. Oh yes, Russia. Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we can agree the origin language. So we believe that the energy transition should be made in accordance with national conditions and circumstances, and we support to mention it in the text. So we share the common view on the efficient use of all energy sources. So that's why we want to mention the sentence, the meeting emphasized the importance of pursuing just and inclusive energy transitions through all fuels, all technologies approach. This is from the origin text. And we believe it's important to highlight that the meeting acknowledges that each country will have its own transition pathway.
US, please.
Thank you, Chair. I recognize this is a lengthy addition to this paragraph. The purpose of this is to seek to address many of the discussions and concerns that economies have raised as we've tried to work through how we characterize the transition pathways for our various economies in different fora. The U.S. has proposed text that many economies have agreed to in principle and other fora, recognizing that we have we're trying to keep to time on many of these issues. We've offered this text to try to ease that pathway. This includes a number of accommodations to other economies' comments where we'd be happy to discuss some of those further, but the goal of this is to try to make sure that we're clear on what the direction of the pathways are and the ultimate goal of what our clean energy transitions are trying to do. With the Chair's permission as well, I'd like to offer two additional comments as well on, I believe there's actually, forgive me, my version has something else. I'll leave it, I'll turn it back to the Chair. Thank you.
Please, Asia.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. We did not catch the last part.
No further comment. Thank you.
Okay, we can leave this para. We will discuss it later and continue to the next para. Russia. Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. So my proposal is to save the phrase that the meeting acknowledged that each country will have its own transition pathway. Para 6. Para 6, yes. After and sustainability of energy for all. And the meeting acknowledged that each country will have its own transition pathway. Or our proposal to save this, this phrase in other para. It's okay, just to fix it, please. We do agree to replace this phrase in another para. Thank you.
Okay, Asek. Asek, please. Any comment?
Thank you, Ms. Hello. Mr. So, just to be clear, from Russia, or so the proposal is to save this particular paragraph by adding the meeting acknowledges that each country will have its own transition pathway, and then are you proposing to delete the subsequent proposal from US, or should your proposal is to move it to another paragraph?
So we support the original text prepared by the chairmanship because we believe that the text was balanced and fully supported, and we do not support the new proposal from US. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have marked this as such, Mr. Chair, and following your earlier guidance, we have also marked this as this paragraph as pending.
Okay, we can move to the next para. Please, Asek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in para 7, that's an input, additional input, I think from the US, Mr. Chair, and it reads, the meeting acknowledge that energy transitions will occur through various pathways reflecting the widely differing circumstances among economies, including our development needs in the region, as we strive to meet our sustainable development and climate goals and commitments. To this end, we aim to support energy transition by promoting energy security and ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, and resilient energy systems, including by fostering collaboration. We do note, Mr. Chair, that a part of this paragraph is also being addressed by the, just a part of it is being addressed by the proposal from Russia as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asek. I would like to invite any comments from the floor, please, for the para number 7. Please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Maybe we, for para 7, we can include here transition finance, access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, modern energy for all, transition finance, and resilient energy system. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Any further input? Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. For the paragraph 7, Japan can support the proposed text by the United States. This, the energy transition through various pathways is a very important concept, especially for the Asian region. And it does incorporate the intervention from Russia in the previous paragraph, the insertion that Russia wanted in paragraph 6. So in that sense, this paragraph 7 text reflects all these interests in this room. Plus, we can support the addition of transition finance proposed by Philippines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Any further comments from the floor? Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Australia can similarly support the text proposed by the US and the Philippines in para 7. Thanks.
Thank you, Australia. Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your hard work. Korea support this paragraph as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea. Any further input? Comments for this paragraph? Yes, Russia.
Thank you, Chair. We could support this para, but we propose to exclude the mention about climate goals.
Any input? Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. There's been a number of discussions about removing the reference to climate in, I think, 4 paragraphs now. Australia strongly supports those references to climate. We can concede that maybe it doesn't need to exist in all fellow paragraphs in the spirit of compromise, but if it's removed in para 7, then we'd expect to see it in some of the higher up paragraphs instead. Thanks.
Thank you, Australia. US, please.
Thank you, Chair. Also, in the spirit of compromise, if it is agreeable to other members, we could go along with, instead of climate goals, referencing consistent with global net zero greenhouse emissions by mid-century. And forgive me for coming back, Chair, just to make sure that it also includes by net zero goals, global net zero greenhouse emissions by mid-century. Sorry, continuing from there, greenhouse gas emissions. Sorry, that's net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Okay, any further input from the floor for the para number 7?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a proposal, Mr. Chair, for this compromise language there, which reads, because there is a proposal from Russia to delete the reference to climate goals and commitments. So, and now there is a proposal to instead perhaps use consistent with global net zero greenhouse gas emissions by mid-century. Perhaps we should, it would be good to hear from Russia if this is something acceptable, so that if it's acceptable, then we can accept the entire paragraph. Thank you.
Okay. Once again, I ask Russia on this para. Is okay?
Dear Chair, so Russia reserves the position. Thank you.
I cannot hear. Please make louder your voice.
So my proposal is to suspend this para and move on to next one, because we'd like to reserve the position regarding para 7. Thank you.
Okay, we assume para number 7 is pending issue. Pending para. Now move to the next para. Para number 8. Please accept.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For para 8, there is a proposal to delete that first sentence. But we also note, Mr. Chair, that some form of this sentence has already been incorporated in the 2 previous paragraphs. And then with the deletion of the first sentence, the paragraph now reads, the meeting highlighted the need to enhance collaboration in order to decarbonize or reduce emissions in the energy sector by leveraging alternative and emerging low carbon, or the alternative formulation is zero and low emissions technologies and systems, including fuel, ammonia, hydrogen, bioenergy, natural gas, LNG, renewable energy, energy efficiency, nuclear energy, all sorts of sources and types of technologies, Mr. Chair. But just to also highlight that, as you can see there's once again a proposal to reference to, or rather the use of the word decarbonize or decarbonization. There's a consistent proposal, I think, from Russia to use the phrase instead, reduce emissions. And for low carbon, it's zero and low emissions technologies, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asset. I would like to invite input to this para from the floor, please. Yes, US.
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies for keep coming back. With regard to decarbonization and the low carbon edits, the United States would like to retain the Chair's text consistent with the 2021 EAS EMM statement. And recognizing that the U.S. supports all of the various technologies listed here, I wanted to ask both the Chair and our Japanese colleagues if we might be willing to economize this section to stop the sentence at technologies and systems. Full stop. And then, technologies and systems among others. Thank you.
Okay, any more input for this para? Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We can support shortening of the paragraph if that can enable it to be agreed. Thanks.
Thank you, Australia. Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think, yes, Japan added the natural gas, LNG, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and if that is making the list long and having this breakdown, detailed breakdown, we can live with a shortening and make it simple and end with technology and systems, among others. That is also fine.
Okay, thank you, Japan. Any further input for this para? If there is no more input, we can conclude. US, please.
Yes, I'm so sorry, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that U.S. edits are reflected, that we support retaining decarbonize, and we support retaining low carbon, consistent with the 2021 EMM. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we can make this para as pending para. So now move to the next para number 9. Please, Asek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in para 9, for para 9, there is the input from Russia, consistent with earlier inputs to substitute zero and low emissions to clean, to the word clean. Mr. Chair. So perhaps if you'd allow us to suggest that we should mark this, Mr. Chair, because this is the same reference to clean and zero and low emissions, and perhaps there will be a global solution later because it will keep coming up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asek. I would like to invite comments, input, correction from the floor, please. Russia, do you want to comment? Your mic is on.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to mention in para 8, could you please fix that we consider it is important to keep all references to energy sources. So we cannot agree with the US proposal to delete. Yes, thank you.
Okay. We assume para number 8 is pending para. And next, para number 9. Please, any comments, input, or correction to the para number 9?
Decarbonize, clean, we cannot look. Clean is zero and low emissions. We cannot zero and low emissions. Reduce emissions.
Okay, if there is no more comment to para number 9, we can conclude para number 9 and move to the para number 10. Asep, please.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. For para 10, there are inputs there. Second line, it's editorial. And so I think the major input there would once again be the substitution of zero and low carbon instead of clean. Zero and low carbon. And the additional sentence there, the last sentence from the US, which reads, the meeting noted the importance of creating enabling environments for private sector engagement in our energy sectors for high quality and bankable projects. Our suggestion, Mr. Chair, is to once again mark this clean zero comment from Russia, because once again that's consistent with the previous comments in other paras, and to perhaps focus on seeing whether we can get a consensus on the agreement, or rather on the insertion, the last sentence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asep. I'd like to invite comment, input, correction to para 10, please, from the floor. Yeah, Russia.
We could support this text.
Thank you, Russia. Any more input or comment? If there is no comment, we can conclude the para 10 And next, move to the para 11. ASEC, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will simply mark the sentence. We understand the last sentence is acceptable, but we will mark the language there on clean as pending, Mr. Chair, consistent with the previous paragraphs. And moving on to para 11. Okay. On para 11, I think there's a comment there from Russia, the one in red, to paraphrase this particular phrase: centralized power
power systems, yes.
Power systems, power plants, and we have a suggestion from ASEC to perhaps use grid-connected power so that it will read to verify distributed energy systems and find optimal combination with grid-connected power. And then another comment there is coming from Japan, to substitute noted with appreciated, Mr. Chair. Perhaps if we could first request a comment from Russia if the alternative phrase there is acceptable from the ASEAN Secretariat and also from the other EAS participating countries.
Thank you, ASEC. I'd like to invite comments, input, correction to the para number 11. Please. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Chair. Is this? I think we prefer the noted instead of appreciated. Thank you.
Japan, any comments to the Singapore input? Please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, Japan thinks appreciated is more appropriate language regarding this this energy saving potential outlook. The roadmap has the new aspects of carbon neutral scenario for each country in the ASEAN and East Asia. And this is the first time each country provides the carbon neutrality scenario perspective and it's very important to highlight the energy saving potential to look into the demand side. So it is our view that this outlook is a very precious one. That's why we think appreciated is more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Okay, because there is difference from Japan and Singapore, we assume this para is pending para. We can continue to the next para number 12. Please, Asek.
So for para 12, Mr. Chair, there appears to be no objection inputs to this. So unless there's new inputs here, Mr. Chair, perhaps we can accept this and move to the next para. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. So on para 13, this has to do with the second work stream, renewable and alternative power generation. There are inputs there, Mr. Chair. I think basically the first input there to insert Republic of Korea, I think no one will object there. The second insertion in Bali Reflections is actually just the basically the title of the series of outcome documents that comes out of this 6th East Asia Energy Forum. So unless there are objections to that, we have often referred to the document like this wherever the venue of the forum is every year, Mr. Chair. So the next input there in red is decarbonization and the input from Russia to once again substitute this with reducing carbon emissions. And another input there is to change final energy consumption sector to demand sector that's coming from Indonesia. And the final one, the commentary is a factual correction from China on the date of the China-Asia ASEAN Clean Energy Week, Mr. Chair. So perhaps once again we will mark the decarbonization, the input with respect to decarbonization, similar to the previous paragraphs. As pending, Mr. Chair, and perhaps if everyone is agreeable, we could simply focus on finding out if there is agreement on the substitution of final energy consumption with that phrase with demand, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asek. Any other input for this para? Yes, Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vietnam would like to revise the paragraph in the sixth lines. The meeting look forward to conduct the research on solar rooftop development and business model for ASEAN industrial complex in Vietnam, because so far we don't have the incentive mechanism to develop the rooftop solar in the industrial zone. So we would like to revise this sentence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vietnam. Accept, please. Accept, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Vietnam. Did Vietnam, can we ask clarification whether Vietnam wanted to drop this, this particular sentence entirely, or did you want to correct it? Correct it. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEC. We would like to revise, we would like to delete the pre-FS study and replace by the research on. And delete the pre-FS.
So, Mr. Chair, I suppose that's a question of title, Mr. Chair. So perhaps, unless there are any objections, that's the title of the study, Mr. Chair. If you'd allow us to comment on the bottom part of this paragraph, Mr. Chair, that we realize from ASEC that this particular sentence here, and Bali reflections focusing on decarbonization in the final energy consumption demand sector. Perhaps it's good to hear from Area on this, and Mr. ACE and also Indonesia, because this is an actual event, Mr. Chair, that has, I believe, has a particular focus. This already happened, Mr. Chair, so we cannot rename the title of the event, I suppose, Mr. Chair, or what was the focus. Because if we read once again, it says, the meeting also welcomed the successful convening of the 6th East Asia Energy Forum by AREA, ACE, and Indonesia on 21 August 2023 in Bali, Indonesia, and the Bali Reflections focusing on decarbonization in the final energy consumption sector. If we're not mistaken, that was basically the title of the forum, Mr. Chair. So I suppose that's not up for negotiation, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, with the permission of the body, perhaps we could type in the exact title of the event, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The title, to be exact, is the future of energy, decarbonizing the final consumption sector.
Future of energy. Thank you, ASEAN and ACE. I invite Russia for your comment in this final para.
We could support this para.
Thank you, Russia. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia support ASEC for the title of the event. So we'll come back to the original one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Is there any further comment from the floor? If there is no more comment, we can conclude the paragraph number 13. And we can move to the next paragraph, number 14. Please, Asek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this para, this is input from Australia to correct the Secretariat's earlier formulation, because we had the wrong title and the wrong date, Mr. Chair. Once again, this is a factual sort of input. That's for the first sentence. And then for the second sentence, Mr. Chair, there is an input from Indonesia on the on the initiatives led by Japan, specifically on the ASEC, Asia Zero Emission Community, and the AT, Mr. Chair. So, as of now, Indonesia is suggesting that it should read, noted the briefing by Japan on the Asia Zero Emission Community. Whose is that? Japan, meantime, is suggesting that it should read, in addition to the meeting, the meeting took note of the Japan-led Asia Zero Emission Community and the relevant initiatives such as AT that aim to provide tailored support for energy transitions in EAS participating countries, or rather in the region. And once again, there's a suggestion to two alternatives from Indonesia to retain the earlier some EAS participating countries, and from Japan, the region. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, our suggestion is that if we could hear from Japan and Indonesia, there might already be a compromise language on this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Asek. I'd like to invite Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to reflect the discussion just we had in the ASEAN +3. discussion this morning, we agreed on the format of the meeting took note of instead of noted a briefing by. That's the first point. And also this ASEC and the relevant initiatives such as AETI, this format was also agreed under the +3 discussion. And transition in some EAS participating countries or transition in the region, we think we can be just more general and say the region is sufficient. So we would like to keep the Japan language with the understanding that in the +3 discussion, we kind of agreed on this green format rather than the blue. And also in the yesterday in the AEM METI meeting, the ministerial meeting took place yesterday, and there's joint statement follows the format of the green text that took note of instead of noted the briefing by. So we would like to stick to the text we provided in green. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Asek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If Indonesia is agreeable, Mr. Chair, because it has the pending inputs there, we could use the language earlier agreed during +3, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Referring to our consensus this morning, ASEAN +3, we support Japan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Support Japan. And any further comments or input for this para? Para number 14. Okay, if there is no more comment, we can conclude the paragraph number 14. I think we can stop the discussion in this paragraph number 14 and take a coffee break for 15 minutes. I give it back to MC for the housekeeping announcement. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for around 15 minutes. We are delighted to inform you that your coffee and tea have been prepared outside alongside local delights. We look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes. Please enjoy the refreshments. Thank you. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? Our meeting will continue very shortly. May we invite delegates and participants outside to kindly return to the ballroom and take your seats. Once again, inviting delegates and participants of the meeting to kindly enter the ballroom and take your seats, please. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, may we have your attention, please? Momentarily, our meeting will continue. Once again, inviting delegates and participants who might still be outside to kindly rejoin us in the ballroom and be seated. Once again, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our meeting will continue. Kindly return to the ballroom and take your seats, please. Thank you.
Asset, are you ready? 2 minutes.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, another warm welcome back to the continuation of the preparatory meeting for the 17th East Asia Summit Energy Ministers meeting. We have now arrived to the final session of the day. Allow us now to hand the session over to our chairperson, Honorable Mr. Jisman Hutajulu. The floor is yours.
Thank you, MC. Welcome back to the meeting. Hope we already get refreshed. Now we continue to the para number 15. Please, Asek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we resume at paragraph 15, Mr. Chair, and for this paragraph, there is a small input there, insertion to include the Asia CCUS network, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asek. I would like to invite for comment, input, or correction from the floor, please. If there is no more comment, we conclude the para 15. Next, move on to the para 16. Asek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For para 16, this is a suggestion from Singapore, Mr. Chair. This is all factual. I think we also have this similar language in the AMEM, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Asek. And any comment from the floor to this para, please? If there is no comment, we can also conclude this para. So, move to the para 17, there's no? Jump to the 18. Okay, please, Asek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for paragraph 17, the first input there in this para, Mr. Chair, is to put in zero and low carbon. I think this is coming from Russia, consistent with inputs in previous paragraphs. So if you'll allow, we'll mark this also as well as pending, so that we will do a global solution discussion later. And if you'll allow us, we will move to the next input there. So Singapore is proposing to delete this particular phrase, second half of that sentence, so that the EAS, the reference to EAS cooperation covers a broad energy issues beyond marine or blue renewable energy projects, Mr. Chair. And then there's an additional proposal there, additional sentence there proposed by US to refer to read, the meeting supported the sovereign rights and jurisdictions of states under the international law of the sea as reflected in the UN, in the UNCLOS, with respect to the development of energy projects in maritime areas in the ASEAN region. So, Mr. Chair, those are the inputs for this paragraph 17.
Thank you, Asset. Again, I invite comments from the floor, input or clarification, correction to the para 17. If Russia, please.
So thank you, Chair. I'd like to reserve the position to para 16 and 17. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you'd allow us to seek clarification from Russia on what that implies. Does that mean that Russia is reserving its agreement to the entire paragraph 16 and 17?
We'd like to reserve the position to Paris.
Yes.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. We wanted to understand what that means in terms of the paragraphs, so that the ASEAN Secretariat can then put the appropriate marking. So if Mr. Chair would allow us to go back to paragraph 16. Is it correct to mark it as Russia not agreeing to the proposal here?
Could you please fix as pending, para 16 and 17?
Russia, may I request clarification and reason to Russia regarding reservation on para 16?
We would like to reserve the position to this para. Could you please fix it on the screen? Thank you.
Apologies, but for the Secretariat, we do not fully understand what reserving the position means, Mr. Chair. If you'd allow us to
Russia, may we know the reason, if possible?
Dear Chair, is it possible if I will revert to this para in few minutes? Okay? Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, we have marked 16 and 17 as pending.
Yeah. Okay. Now continue to the para 18. Asek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For para 18, this is the reference to the next meeting of the EAS EMM in 2024. Mr. Chair, there are no comments on this. Plus the next sentence, which is the standard sentence we usually end with for the JMS, Mr. Chair. That ends, I think, the paragraphs, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Asek. I would like to invite comment to the para 18 from the floor, please. If there is no more comment to the para 18, we can conclude. Para 18.
Indonesia, Chair. Indonesia.
Where's who? Oh, Indonesia. Sorry. Yes. Please, Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia like to comment on para 17. Indonesia view that the EAS Energy Ministers meeting should focus on energy cooperation. Therefore, any specific reference related to the geopolitical issues which are potentially contentious should be avoided, such as regarding the reference on UN clause. Indonesia support that idea of respecting sovereignty based on the international law, including UN clause. However, if then insertion invites objection from the other countries which prevent the conclusion of the GMS, Indonesia prefer to retain the original para without the insertion. If there is no objection, Indonesia can be flexible and go along with the consensus. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. So, now para number 17, we assume still pending, para? Okay, Asek, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Having heard from additional comments from Indonesia on para 17, perhaps it would be good to hear from, and also from we heard from Russia and we heard from Indonesia, and so perhaps we would suggest, Mr. Chair, if we can hear from US as it had proposed this additional sentence, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, US.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps, and I appreciate the comments from Indonesia, recognizing we don't want to hold up this paragraph for this language. I would like to propose, perhaps instead of referencing this particular formulation, that we support, or that we insert after ASEAN carbon neutrality strategy, add a comma, and support the ASEAN blue economy concept. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Is there any comment from the floor? Could we agree on the insertion in the last para? So, we can agree to delete the insertion in the last para 17. However, para 17 is still pending. Any further comment? Yes, Russia.
So, thank you, Chair. We support removing the last part of the sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Okay. We assume para 17 is pending para. Now we have read all paragraph in the JMS. The next step, I request ASEC to brief us the pending para of the JMS. ASEC, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could be given just 2 minutes to list down the paras, Mr. Chair. Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, so we counted, out of the 18 paragraphs, Mr. Chair, we counted 12 paragraphs pending. In general, the items that are pending, Mr. Chair, are the items that have the word decarbonize, where there's a suggestion from Russia to substitute this with reduce emissions. And then the word clean, to substitute this with zero and low carbon. That's also our suggestion from Russia. And then the third one is a reference to climate, which Russia proposes to delete as well. And reference to geopolitical conflicts, which several, I think Russia and also Indonesia, through its compromise language, proposes to delete. And then also, as well as the compromise language is supported both by Indonesia and Philippines. And then also an additional pending paragraph on, I think, paragraph 11, if I'm not mistaken, on the on the reference to the EAS energy saving potential and outlook, Mr. Chair. So once again, all in all, 12 out of 18 paragraphs are pending, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia have some suggestion, if allowed. Chair, Indonesia like to support the price zero and low emission, as it is an agreed price in the APEC Energy Minister meeting in Seattle last week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Thank you. Now, allow Chair to discuss on how we could find common ground to find solution for this pending para. Maybe 5 minutes. Thank you. Excellencies, thank you for waiting. After discussion and several consideration, I think most of the para in JMS are still pending. On the para related term which contain terms of zero and low emission to replace clean as proposed by Indonesia, since it was agreed in APEC EMM last week in Seattle. Could we agree on this? The second one, on the geopolitical issue, I proposed to use last year para in the previous year's GMS last year. And the third issue, on the decarbonization or emission reduction, we need to find common ground on this matter. ASEAN seems flexible with the use of these terms, but leaning to reduce emission. Again, is there any comment from the floor? If we couldn't reach consensus on these above matters, I think we will proceed with Chairman's statement instead of GMS of ASMM. Thank you. Now, please, I invite comments from the floor. Thank you. Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you, the ASEC Secretariat, for finding the points that we can think about and trying to elaborate some common grounds for this session. And also thank you, Mr. Chairman, for suggestion on how to resolve the issues. Thailand also support the ideas that Mr. Chairman has mentioned, and also we would like to suggest further that one more point in terms of the climate change. I think this is the common vocabulary that we have found in many academics and the formal documents. So if we would like to suggest that for the climate change, if we can narrow it down, that the climate change that we are now talking is the impact of the climate change on the energy sector, so that it will not widely spread and let the scope to be only specific issue on the energy sector. That should be something that Thailand would suggest the floor to think about it. And also the other issues on the decarbonization, I think that we also lean to the suggestion by the chairman that the reduction on the carbon emission is something that we might be able to accept. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Any further comments? Yes, US, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I greatly appreciate your efforts to find common grounds throughout the text. First, I'd like to remove U.S. comments to delete the list of technologies in paragraph 5. After reviewing last year's JMS, I see that many of those are represented there, and happy to continue with consensus on that point. If that helps close that paragraph, then would certainly appreciate that direction. On low emissions versus low carbon, another area of consensus that we might be able to find is on text that we used in last year's JMS on net zero emissions. The United States could go along with that. If that helps close a number of paragraphs, we would be supportive. And on text related to our position on G20 text. That remains the most consensus-based description of the issue, that it certainly affects our economies. We've discussed this both in G20, in ASEAN EU consultations, in APEC leaders meetings. This is currently the best formulation that our leaders have been able to find on this issue. I hope that we can find consensus here as well. With that, I would just certainly note that I'll stop there and certainly hand it back to the chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Asset, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a request for a repeat from US on the first item that it raised. We couldn't hear US properly. The very first one. Thank you.
I apologize that I continue to have that issue, and thank you for your patience. For paragraph 5 on the decarbonization technologies, that, and forgive me, I may have the numbering off. I don't have the most recent version. In the chair's text, it is paragraph 5. The meeting emphasized the importance of pursuing just and inclusive energy transitions is the start. Okay, it's far away. Can you hear me now? I believe it is para 8. Excuse me, forgive me, paragraph 8. We'd like to remove our request to delete the list of technologies here, and appreciate the flexibility of other delegates.
Apologies once again, but for paragraph 8, is it that, are we referring to the item, the third line, or we're referring to the bracket in green?
The bracket.
Sorry.
The bracket in green, if that would help reach consensus. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, GS. Any further comment from the floor? Please. Yes, Japan.
Yes, on this paragraph 8, Japan's original proposal was to list up these technologies. So if US is flexible, of course, Japan prefers to keep the list of technologies and retain what it was. Thank you.
Russia, please.
So, dear Chair, regarding para 16,
Mr. Chair, if we could request to finish paragraph 8, if it's okay, so that we deal with para 8 and finish it, Mr. Chair. And if we could request the view from Australia.
Yeah. Australia, please.
Sorry, Chair, you're just referring to paragraph 8 and whether the list of technologies are included or not. Is that the question? Yeah. Look, we can be flexible on that.
So thank you, Australia. So perhaps there's one more in this para 8, Mr. Chair. This particular paragraph, reference to decarbonize here. Is it possible to now consider the use of the word decarbonize, Mr. Chair, so that it appears that the second half of the sentence can now be cleaned, and the only remaining item in para 8 is the issue of the use of the word decarbonize, Mr. Chair, versus reduce emissions or reduction of emissions, Mr. Chair.
Any comment from US?
Thank you, Chair. We could also support, in addition to decarbonize, achieving net zero emissions in the energy sector. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, okay. So perhaps it would be good to hear from Russia now on paragraph 8.
Russia, please.
Dear Chair, we still request to replace the word decarbonize and we are ready to agree on the text.
So, Mr. Chair, if you would allow us to seek clarification from Russia, does that mean that Russia is agreeable to using the word achieving net zero emissions?
I will revert to this issue in 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Thank you, Russia. We are waiting. is better continue to the next para maybe, or still, yeah. Russia?
Dear Chair, I request you to give me a little more time on this point, please, to para 8.
Next para, Asek, please.
Mr. Chair, perhaps instead of, if it's okay, instead of going to the next para, perhaps we can do it by the topic now because we're jumping from one para to the next. And if we could propose that we deal, for example, with issue of using zero and low carbon to replace clean, that's in paragraph 9, 10, and 17, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, so for example, in para 9, there's a substitution there for clean. Instead of clean, the suggestion is zero and low carbon. That is also, I think, what the chair has also proposed, Mr. Chair. And then 9 and then 10, similar. 10. Can we show 10? 10. And then 17, Mr. Chair. So go back. So it's 9, 10, and 17. And so perhaps if we could start with 9, Mr. Chair. And there's already a proposal in any case, Mr. Chair, by Russia and Indonesia. And so perhaps if that can be carried, then we can deal with that particular issue, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asep. Is there any comment from the floor of the use of zero and low emission to replace clean, since it was agreed in APEC and EMM last week in Seattle? Could agree on this? US, please.
Thank you, Chair. Consistent with my previous edit, we'd be able to go along with net zero emissions, consistent with last year's joint ministerial statement. Thank you.
That's too strong. Net zero energy.
You can.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Perhaps we could request clarification from US if it is able to accept net zero and low emissions so that it's a bit more flexible.
If I may, one moment. If you, sorry, for the Secretary, can you insert low carbon energy technologies? So net zero emissions and low carbon energy technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, US, for the flexibility. I see comment from Russia.
So we believe that zero and low emission technologies, this is the phrase from the G20 ministers meeting, and this is agreed language. So we propose zero and low emission.
Yes, Asik.
Mr. Chair, could we seek perhaps the consideration of Russia on this? It's from our end, the way we understand it from the Secretariat is that this is essentially the same, what we have as options now. And so we, perhaps if Russia could reconsider, so that we can close this pending issues on 3 paragraphs, 9, 10, and 17.
Thank you for waiting. Due to time consideration, I suggest this discussion of ASGMS to be suspended and we continue to the next agenda. If we have time to continue, then we can go back to further discussion of the GMS. However, if we find there is no time to continue the discussion, we will decide it as a chairman's statement. We will continue to our next agenda. However, before the break, I do apologize that I have to leave the meeting due to unavoidable request from our minister. My alternate leader, Mr. Wanhar, will lead the remaining agenda this afternoon on my behalf. Thank you. Please, Mr. Wanhar, as a chair now, and continue to lead the meeting. Thank you. Japan.
Thank you, Chair. And just before leaving this statement agenda, in paragraph 11, where Japan and Singapore had a sticking point, we talked with the Singaporean colleague, and we could agree with the language just displayed, so that we can read the meeting welcomed the updated EAS energy saving potential and outlook. Japan and Singapore is okay with this language, and I would like to seek others' views.
Нет, я знаю.
Thank you, Japan. We will continue to our next agenda. However, yeah. Sorry. We need to break or continue? Any other comment for para 11? If there is no comment, we conclude para 11 and we move to the next agenda. Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Russian side could also agree on para 16. Could you please fix it? But we prefer to add the meeting noted. So in this case, we could agree this para. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Any other comment from the floor? Okay. If there is no comment, we conclude the para 16. Yeah? ASEC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but perhaps Singapore has a quick comment on that, Mr. Chair, because it's their proposal, Mr. Chair. It seems that perhaps...
Thank you. We appreciate Russia's accommodation, so we can go with noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russia and Singapore. Again, there is any comment for the para 11? Okay, we can suspend the GMS and berapa menit? And we continue to the next agenda. Agenda item 5. Bisa. Sorry for the technical problem. We will start with the agenda 5.1 with the presentation by the ASEAN Secretariat that will briefly to introduce a report to the 17th ASEAN covering the main directives from the relevant ASEAN high-level meeting. ASEC, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this agenda, what we have prepared to report to EAS-EMM, we'll have a quick highlight on 3 key outcomes from last year East Asia Summit and the EAS Energy Ministers meeting, and also quickly share the latest updates on ASEAN activity towards low carbon sustainable future. Next slide, please. So just a quick recap on the key outcome of East Asia Summit or Leader Summit last year in Phnom Penh. The meeting recognized the importance of a sustainable recovery that support both economic growth as well as climate and sustainability goals. The meeting also welcomed the 7 ASEAN Energy Outlook, which presents scenarios and possible routes for ASEAN to accomplish energy transition. The third one is also encourage EAS energy cooperation to be in accordance with the APEC Phase 2 plan, and also encourage participating countries in the EAS to cooperate on climate change adaptation and mitigation. And last but not least is also encourage the countries to strengthen the Energy Cooperation Task Force and also related initiatives to promote sustainable development, energy transition, and energy security and resilience. Next slide, please. As for the 16th EAS Energy Minister meeting, just a quick recap on the key outcome, which is quite aligned with the summit. The meeting acknowledged the importance of achieving realistic energy transition, also recognized the importance of accelerating the development and deployment of innovative, scalable, and efficient technology, as well as also emphasized the needs to explore a variety of options and utilize all technologies and fuels to ensure stable and secure supply of energy for achieving economic growth. Also, the meeting affirmed the importance of the promotion of upstream energy investment and also welcome the expansion of initiative from EAS participating country to strengthen commitments and upscale and shift of investment towards sustainable and climate resilient infrastructure, including renewable energy and alternative technologies. Next slide, please. Just a quick update on the recent framework on ASEAN Digital Economy Agreement, or DIFA, and ASEAN Strategy for Carbon Neutrality, which have just been recently endorsed by ASEAN economic ministers just a few days ago. These two documents will be an overarching framework for cooperation. For DIFA, it will provide a seamless digital trade ecosystem, as well as suggestion for key items that will start to be negotiation very soon. And also on ASEAN strategy for carbon neutrality, this also provide a framework for countries, and also it's a cooperation with our partners on transition to carbon neutrality, which take into account individual states' existing advantage in technology and know-how. Last slide, please. So just a quick takeaway for this, these two key documents on ASEAN Digital Economy Framework and the carbon neutrality will be one of the overarching framework for our post-2025 strategies. So we would like to encourage our EAS partners to work with us and support this transition. Will help facilitate the region transition toward low carbon sustainable future. That's all for your information, please.
Thank you, Asek. Now let's continue to the next agenda. Agenda 5.2, ASEAN members states. I will start with the Brunei Darussalam. Please.
Thank you, Excellency Chair. I'm pleased to share that our Minister will be sharing Brunei Darussalam's key priorities towards ensuring our energy security once moving towards achieving our energy transition targets. Brunei Darussalam has announced our intent towards achieving net zero by 2050. Nevertheless, we are of the view that oil and gas will remain important in meeting the region's energy demand, by which prioritizing the solutions towards emission mitigation will also be crucial in achieving a more sustainable economic growth, including through addressing flaring across the supply value chain, the applications of renewable and cleaner alternative energy, optimizing current operations, as well as exploring commercial deployment of CCS technology. Our Minister will also highlight the Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines Power Integration Project, spearheaded by Indonesia, and the importance of interconnection in ensuring energy security and energy transition. Thank you, Your Excellency Chair.
Thank you, Brunei. Next, Cambodia. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairs. All delegates, allow me to give you the brief statement of energy transition for Cambodia. Cambodia will provide a latest update on the development of energy policy and regulation, and also the future direction for energy sector from the new of Royal Government of Cambodia, the 7 legislatures mandating from 2023 to 2028. There will be including several. The implementation of the Power Development Plan, PDP 2022 up to 2040. It is comprehensive and long-term plan for development of Cambodian power sector. Second, the progress of the priority plan or the implementation of the National Energy Efficiency Policy 2022 up to 2030. Third is the new adoption of the sub-decree on the management and promotion of electrical appliance of energy efficiency This sub-decree determines the provision for regulating and promoting the energy efficiency of electrical appliances in Cambodia. Fourth is the new adoption of the implementation of the principle for permitting use of solar rooftop in Cambodia, which will enhance the management of permitting of the use of solar rooftop in Cambodia. And the ongoing cooperation with developing partners on several projects, including Energy Transition Sector Development Program 2023 up to 2025, and the Clean Energy Transition Roadmap toward carbon neutrality. And we look forward to have a productive discussion on the 17 EAS-EMM meetings. Thank you, Chair, and I back to you.
Thank you, Cambodia. Next, Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Since this is the first time for me to take the floor, allow me to briefly introduce myself. I'm Berlianto Situngkir, Director for ASEAN Economic Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. Now allow me to share our intervention. Indonesia would like to inform that our ministers' remarks in EAS-EMM will focus on our collective commitment to address some of the most pressing challenges of our time: energy security, regional interconnectivity, and the imperative of a seamless transition towards cleaner and more resilient energy systems. Our minister remarks will highlight several points, such as, first, energy transition, which Indonesia believes should always consider national circumstances, priorities, and capabilities of respected countries, allowing all types of technology in our decarbonization effort. Second, interconnectivity to support energy security, which is also our chairmanship deliverables this year. And lastly, transition in the transport sector, fostering the development of the electric vehicle ecosystem in our region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Next, may I invite Lao PDR, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Lao PDR, the Energy Minister, will share the view that we are aware in the stage of the energy transition era that is marked by the shift from fossil fuel to clean energy system. In this context, the Lao PDR foreseen the significance of developing the clean energy potential to contribute to sustainable and green development. The government of Lao PDR has set energy vision for 2030, energy policy and 5-year development plan from 2021 to 2025. Also in the year 2021, the National Assembly has adopted the electricity development strategy from 2020 to 2030, includes various directives aiming to harness potential natural resources of the country. The power generation mix shall be dominated by hydropower generation source, accounting for 75%. And 14% from coal thermal generation, and 11% has been proposed other renewable energy source. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lao PDR. Next, Malaysia, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia wish to highlight the points to be delivered by His Excellency Ministers on the National Energy Transition Roadmap, NETR, and other energy transition initiatives by Malaysia. NETR is being formulated to support the operationalization of the National Energy Policy 2022-2040 in decarbonizing the energy sector. This initiative will contribute towards achieving the commitments of Malaysia in reducing up to 45% of GHG emission intensity to gross domestic product GDP by 2030 based on emission intensity in 2005. The objective of this roadmap is to accelerate Malaysia's energy transition while assessing the socio-economic impact for the country. The development of NETR development comprises of two parts. NETR Part 1, which is launched on the 27th of July 2023, identified 10 catalyst projects which comprise existing and planned projects and studies based on 6 energy transition levers, namely energy efficiency, renewable energy, hydrogen, bioenergy, green mobility, and carbon capture and storage. And the second part, NETR Part 2, focuses on the assessment of the national primary energy mix for 2050, transition pathway and emission targets, as well as the enabler needed for the NETR. The targets will reinforce Malaysia's commitment as a responsible stakeholder aiming to achieve its net zero greenhouse gases emission aspiration as early as 2050. The Honorable Prime Minister will be launching the NETR full documents on the 29th of August 2023, next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. Next, Myanmar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I update the meeting today on the focus of our Ministry of Energy of Myanmar relating to the energy security and the energy transition activity of Myanmar. Recently, our power generation capacity connected to the national power grid is around 7 gigawatt, while off-grid is at 0.145 gigawatts. 66% of total household can be electrified in 2023, and we firmly set the target to achieve 100% by 2030. Hydropower lead in our generation mix is at 46% and can generate about 3,300 megawatt. After the national gas take the second row, contributing 37% in the generation mix, which was distributed to our national grid about 2,600 megawatt. Furthermore, we had only one coal-fired power plant and the installed capacity is 120 megawatt. For the renewable sector, 6 solar power projects are generating about 180 megawatt, and the further 6 solar power plant projects at 240 megawatt is under construction. In addition, diesel generator used for off-grid is around 91 megawatt, totally non-day over 7,200 megawatt from the all types of generation are connecting to our national grids, and the nation can be electrified over 21,000 gigawatt hours. As a policy deliberation and plan, addressing the challenge from the challenging for the policy and the financing point of view, we are planning to encourage the clean energy utilization and enhancing nature gas exploration deeply along the countryside. Also, we plan to consider the upgrading of the existing infra, such as the nature gas pipeline, the network, and the smart grid system in parallel. On the other hand, we are considering on multilateral power grid with the neighboring country and enhancing the development of energy conservation guidelines, recruit and train energy manager and auditor. Recently, we are conducting efforts in the Myanmar side to purchase electricity from the Lao PDR. At the challenge of we face more than 70% of population lives in the rural area and use firewood and the charcoal as their main fuel. The high demand for firewood is a major challenge for the sustainability and conservation of forest resources. Currently, there is a lot of international investments in the low carbon development project for the energy sector in Myanmar. Capacity building training on low carbon development and the energy transition are needed to the provided by the concerned organization to the regional cooperation program. At the conclusion, in order to fulfill the national energy requirement, further energy security, and for the purpose of country development, Myanmar has been also striving to explore not only nature gas but also other available renewable energy sources such as the solar, wind, hydrogen, and realization of the small-scale hydropower project in the remote area. Myanmar is seeking international support, including Green Climate Fund, grant with the operating funding, mechanism of the conventional loan, and the various bilateral and multilateral development partner, and the financing institution is a very possible cooperation in energy transition for the future energy security with the green energy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Myanmar. Philippines, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to our colleagues here. With the due recognition of the key developments, plans, and challenges that each ASEAN member state faces individually and as a region towards the achievement of energy security and energy transition. Please allow us to provide the key highlights of our minister's intervention in the forthcoming ministerial meeting. So the Philippines remains steadfast in pursuing energy security and adapting ways towards a more affordable, reliable, resilient, secure, clean, sustainable, climate-centered, accessible, and reliable energy for our citizens. Our minister will be providing key developments and updates on the implementation of aggressive policies towards the achievement of this overarching goal, particularly on renewable energy, energy efficiency and conservation, and other emerging technologies like nuclear energy, hydrogen, and fossil fuel technology, among others. So the Philippines will likewise reiterate the promotion of public and private participation towards the realization of energy transition initiatives in the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. Next, Singapore, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Our Minister is very pleased to be able to attend the first in-person EAS Energy Ministers meeting since 2019. Her intervention will address Singapore's energy transition plans. She will also share her perspective and observations on how EAS members can enhance energy cooperation on areas such as regional interconnectivity, energy technologies, and energy efficiency. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. Next, Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Thailand, our Permanent Secretary of Energy, on behalf of the Energy Ministers, will deliver the key remarks in consistent with our efforts to achieve the decarbonization target by promoting the RE adoption and also employing the innovative energy technologies, enhancing the regional energy trade and interconnectivity, and also trying to creating the supportive policy and regulatory environments, as well as trying to explore the innovative financing mechanisms. Moreover, we also would like to touch upon the Thailand's energy security and the energy transition efforts by highlighting our national energy plan, as well as the energy efficiency and sustainable energy policies. Thailand also recognized the key challenges and suggests that the EAS-EMM to collaborate on the knowledge sharing, enhancing energy trade and interconnectivity, and also trying to create the supportive policies and regulatory framework. And we also enhancing the EAS to work together to driving the force to fight against the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Next, Vietnam, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the speech of the Vietnam minister, the minister would like to update about the energy development in Vietnam and the plan of Vietnam to develop the energy sector toward the energy transitions, which we will focus on to develop strongly renewable energy, energy efficiencies, and reduce the coal thermal power plant. The minister will emphasize the participation of Vietnam in the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which we commit in the last December of 2022, and the minister will emphasize the role of international cooperation in the framework of ASEAN and EAS countries, and we'd like to cooperate with the partners to help Vietnam and ASEAN develop the energy sector toward energy transitions. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vietnam and all EMS. Now we move to the next agenda. Agenda 5.3. We will hear from the ES countries the focus of each minister's remark at the ESEMM, covering the key policy and operational development in ES countries, particularly on energy security and energy transition. Again, I will go around the table of ES and you have 2 minutes each. I will start with the Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for convening us for today in Indonesia's hospitality and leadership this year. Before I turn to the substance of my remarks, given Energy Corporation underpins our work as a task force and energy security in part frames this session, I must begin by condemning Russia's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine and the profound instability this has created in global energy markets. Around the world, action to achieve net zero emissions accelerated. This transformation is the most significant shift in the world's economy since the Industrial Revolution. For Australia's part, we're taking strong action, investing over $40 billion in decarbonising our economy and working with countries to scale up global action. Our intervention will highlight this, and in particular, our passing last year of the Climate Change Act, which enshrines targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 43% by 2030 and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. He will also speak about our implementation of a comprehensive suite of new policies to drive that transition, including transforming Australia's electricity supply to run mainly on renewables, with 82% target renewables by 2030, supporting the development of new clean energy industries, decarbonisation of existing industries, and the transition of Australia's workforce, particularly in our non-urban regions, as well as decarbonising Australia's transportation network. Australia's unique endowment of critical minerals means we'll also play a key role in supply chains for net zero technologies like batteries. Australia is actively participating in international clean energy innovation forums, including Mission Innovation, the Clean Energy Ministerial and Breakthrough Agenda. We're working with our partners in Southeast Asia on an orderly transition to net zero by 2050, while ensuring energy security, reliability, and increasing access. We're helping to promote clean energy investment in the region and working with partners to strengthen infrastructure policy, planning and procurement. We're working with ASEAN on a suite of activities under a comprehensive partnership, including with the ASEAN Centre for Energy. We're focused on ensuring that global energy transformation is technically and politically feasible and recognise the desire of our regional partners to grow their economies, address energy inequality and reduce poverty. We'll take this into account in determining how best to contribute to global emissions reductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. May I now invite China, please?
Thank you, Chair. And big thanks to the Presidency for your excellent hosting of the meeting. On the 17th ESEMM, Chinese Minister will update the achievements in the energy security and clean energy transition, including renewable energy production. One typical achievement is Chinese renewable energy capacity addition for the first half of this year is 109 gigawatt. On the meeting, Chinese Minister will also reiterate Chinese government commitment to the carbon neutrality before 2060. He will also emphasize that on the basis of energy security, China will strive to build a clean, low carbon, secure and efficient energy system, and also promoting clean energy transition while secure, diversified supply. In the end, he will stress that China will try to build, to realize energy development in a high-quality manner, building on energy security, clean energy transition, technology innovation, as well as international cooperation. That's all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, China. May I call Japan for the comment, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go over some essence of our state ministers' intervention in the ministerial meeting. First, Russia's recent aggression against Ukraine is a violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and attempt to unilaterally change the status quo by force, a clear violation of international law, and must not be tolerated anywhere in the world, including Asia. Coming to the energy, yes, given the dramatically changing global energy landscape, we must promote energy transition that address energy security, sustainable economic growth, and climate change countermeasures in a well-balanced manner in order to achieve our common goal of global carbon neutrality. And there's no single pathway to decarbonize society. Each country follows various pathways, especially in Asia, which will serve as an engine of global economic growth. We need to pay close attention to the different circumstances in each country, such as geographical conditions and stage of economic development, and utilize all kinds of technologies and fuels. Alternative energy sources and solutions need to be assessed and deployed when we design our practical and credible transition pathways. It is Japan's priority to promote energy transition initiatives together with ASEAN countries. And this year, we launched the Asia Zero Emission Community, AZEC initiative, as a framework for Japan's contribution to the decarbonization in the Asian region. And we will formulate tangible projects introducing various decarbonization technologies in cooperation with international organizations and regional institutions such as AREA, ACE, and ARENA. Climate change and sustainability is a difficult challenge for human beings, and it is essential to bring together the wisdom of the world to discover solutions and to open up new futures. As countries which have innovative technologies and industries, large market potentials, and rich human resources, there's a large potential for EAS countries to collaborate in accelerating global green transformation. Government of Japan is eager to strengthen the partnership within EAS and contribute to our secure and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Next, the Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express my gratitude to Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia for their hard work to host this meeting. I am delighted to have this opportunity to discuss cooperation on energy security and energy transition. Korea has announced a new energy policy direction and under the vision to achieve energy security and establish a robust energy system, we set the goal of strengthening energy security, addressing climate change mitigation, and the creation of growth engine through emerging clean energy technology. To realize this vision and achieve the goal, we are implementing four energy policy direction through various policy efforts. First, we are promoting a regional energy mix with a focus on nuclear power and renewable energy under the principle of ensuring a stable power supply. Especially, we plan to increase the share of carbon-free nuclear power to 32% by 2030 and aim to expand the share of renewable energy to 21% by 2030. Second, we are working to transition to a low energy consumption and high efficiency society. Reducing energy waste and optimizing energy consumption are essential elements for achieving a stable energy system and carbon neutrality across society. Third, to enhance our resilience against global supply chain uncertainties, we are pursuing policies to ensure stable supply, stockpiling, as well as critical mineral essential for clean energy transition. First, we are actively forced new clean energy industry and emerging technologies such as SMR, hydrogen, energy storage, offshore wind power, and CCUS. The clean energy transition is global that necessary to effort of each and every one of us. To this end, Korea will contribute to accelerating the clean energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, the Republic of Korea. Next, Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, first of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Energy of the Russian Federation, let me thank Indonesia for the invitation to the preparatory meeting for the 70th East Asia Summit Energy Ministers meeting and for the great organization of this event. We're interested in intensifying our cooperation with ASEAN as well as with other friendly member countries of the East Asia Summit. In June, Russia and ASEAN approved the ASEAN-Russia Work Plan on Energy Cooperation for 2023-2025. We have already started work on a number of areas mentioned in the work plan. Russia is one of the largest energy resources exporter and makes a significant contribution to ensuring global energy security. We plan to develop the necessary infrastructure for the transpiration of energy resources. Russia has announced the achievement of carbon neutrality by 2060. The Russian approach to energy transition is based on the need for balanced solutions, considering national characteristics, security not only of supply and delivery chains, but also demand, stable and non-discriminatory functioning of energy markets and international trade, the principle of technological neutrality and assessment of climate impact through the life cycle and fair international cooperation. We call on countries of the East Asian Summit to strengthen cooperation on the basis of equality, economic efficiency, and mutual respect for interest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Russia. May I now invite the U.S., please?
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Indonesia for hosting this year's event, as well as the full track of energy ministerial meetings, as well as the ASEAN secretariats for all of your work for this week's event. As the Deputy Secretary Turk will take note that the United States is doing everything we can through both our domestic programs and through our initiatives in this region to support the global clean energy transition and achieve sustainable development. But we must also recognize that the United States will continue to hold Russia to account for its war against Ukraine, which has undermined the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity enshrined in the UN Charter. The energy crisis Russia has created has caused untold suffering and impacted energy markets around the world. For example, in 2022, Asian importers spent $80 to $100 billion more in LNG imports than they would have in 2021. In concert with our allies and partners across the globe, we are using all available tools to ensure that the security of global energy supply. We welcome continued cooperation with our partners in the region as we face this current volatility in global energy markets. In addition to being a reliable supply partner, the United States is doing everything we can to reduce our emissions, lower the cost of clean energy. The Biden administration committed to achieving 50% electrical vehicles sales by 2035, 100% carbon-free electricity by 2035, and net zero emissions by 2050. Our Congress passed 3 laws: the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act, that all meet the 21st century's energy challenges head on. These laws invest hundreds of billions of dollars in clean energy, laying the groundwork for the U.S. clean energy transition while helping bring the costs of these technologies down for all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, U.S. Now we have heard the statement from the all EMS and ES country regarding our minister focus on energy security and energy transition in our region. Thank you. I think we can wrap this agenda item and move to the next agenda. Agenda 5.4, discussion session. Are there any issues that need to be discussed before we move to the next agenda item? If no comment, thank you. Before we continue the next agenda item, we will invite Irina. Again, thank you. May we take break for 5 minutes, and while waiting for Irina and Eria. Thank you.
Cek satu.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to announce that the meeting will resume very shortly. May we invite you to return to the ballroom, please, and for those of you in the ballroom, kindly take your seats. Once again, requesting delegates and participants outside to kindly join us in the meeting room and be seated. We're about to continue, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our deliberations. Mr. Chair, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, MC. Welcome, Irina and Aria, to the ACTF preparatory meeting for the 70 years EMM. Apologize for making you waiting. We are now in agenda item 6. Preparation for the EAS Energy Minister exchange with the International Organization on the opportunities for the green growth in the carbonizing and transitioning the energy sector. Agenda 6.1, I would like to invite ASEAN Secretariat to present its briefing to the EAS Minister on ASEAN economic and trade outlook, as well as major initiatives in support of green growth and supply chain resiliency to achieve ASEAN sustainability agenda. ASEC, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. So for this agenda, we'll briefly highlight 4 key items. The first one is on ASEAN economic and trade outlook. Second, on initiative on supply chain resilience, particularly for energy. Third is on ASEAN sustainability agenda, and we provide recommendation on enhancing EAS energy cooperation for advancing green growth. Next slide. So highlight quickly on our GDP growth. As you could see from the graph that this year, ASEAN have recovered for this economic growth. We expect to have 4.6% of GDP growth this year and expect to grow to 4.9% next year. As for on the right, you can see that our ASEAN trade, our trade value has increased, and definitely our EAS partners are our major trade partners, as well as on the right, you can see the FDI, the direct investment. Also, EAS partner play a very important role in our direct investment. Next slide, please. Next, I'm pleased to share with you our studies, this initiative on supply chain resilience, in particular for the specific product groups on food security and energy resilience. The study will evaluate supply chain bottlenecks of the 10 specific product groups comprising both food and energy. And we will also provide recommendations to improve the supply chain efficiencies and resilience. As you can see on the right, at the moment we have identified 5 products in the energy category, as you can see on the screen. So we hope that we'll have the results, and we could make use of this study for our cooperation with the AS as well. Next slide, please. For the ASEAN sustainability agenda, we would highlight 4 key documents. The first one is on framework for circular economy for AEC. Second one on ASEAN strategy on carbon neutrality. Third on ASEAN blue economy framework. And last is on ASEAN taxonomy for sustainable finance. Next slide, please. For circular economy, this framework covers 3 key sectors. At the beginning, agriculture, energy, and transport, and might extend to other sectors in the future. The framework outlines 67 initiative activities, including standards, trade facilitation, access to financing, and capacity building. Next slide, please. For ASEAN strategy on carbon neutrality, I have touched a little bit in the previous agenda that this strategy is not intended to create a new climate ambitions for ASEAN, but instead the strategy leverage on the region's strength and complementarity among member states to develop regional approach that will complement each member state national determined contribution or NDC goal. And once again, the energy sector's role will be very crucial in realizing the priority initiative here. So as shown in these slides, there are 8 key strategies that have been outlined to accelerate the region transition, and also identify 16 initiatives as quick win that would mobilize within the short and medium term. Also, the strategy will deliver 4 key outcomes, as shown here. It will boost green industry, enable ASEAN interoperability, establish global credibility, and build green capabilities. Next slide, please. So for blue economy, this one, we have as shown in this slides here, it's a new framework that follow to the ASEAN Leader Declaration on Blue Economy adopted at the ASEAN Summit in 2021. This one is also the PED, the Priority Deliverable for Indonesia Chairmanship. It's also indicative sector pilot activities on blue renewable energies. Next slide, please. As for ASEAN taxonomy, we have version 1 in November, published in November 2021. This one is a sideline of COP26, and we just have recently launched version 2, which was published March this year. For this version 2, we have also prioritized the energy sector as the first of ASEAN taxonomy 6 focus sector. This version also introduced technical screening criteria for the energy sector. That's also include introduction of criteria for classify the early retirement of coal-fired power plants. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, ASEC would like to perhaps table recommendation for your consideration to enhance EAS energy cooperation for advancing green growth in 3 key areas. The first one is to strengthen EAS cooperation on capacity building for circular economy, particularly in the energy sector. Second is to develop new projects under the EAS ECTF work stream to support the implementation of ASEAN carbon neutrality strategy. And third is to explore new initiatives to advance commercialization of blue renewable energy projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Asek. Now let's continue the next agenda item. 6.2, ASEAN Energy Outlook. ASEAN Energy Outlook in response to the expected economic growth in region. Agenda item 6.2, I would like to call ACE to present its briefing to the ES Minister on the ASEAN energy sector outlook with focus on requirement for meeting sustained growth in energy demand arising from the region, expected economic growth trajectory. ASEC, time is, ACE, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Chair. I'd like to welcome Corbus from Arena and also Junarima from Area. Good evening, almost. Next slide, please. A bit recap of things happening in ASEAN. In 2022, we observed the full impact of energy disruption, which brought the price of volatility to its peak. And even so, we had various progress as well. In interconnection, we started the first multilateral trading involving 4 member states: Laos PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore Power Interconnection Project, LTMS-PIP in short, with a size of 100 megawatt, and also the longest 220 kV offshore power transmission line in Southeast Asia started operation to provide electricity to Phuoc, Vietnam's largest island. As shown in the slides, so far in 2023, we saw the construction of the first cross-border wind power plant in Southeast Asia, the monsoon wind, and the ASEAN leaders' declaration to develop the industry of electric vehicles, and various efforts, including, of course, the senior officials meeting on energy summit happening in Jakarta 2 weeks ago. Among others, ACE signed an MOU with USAID's Smart Power Program SPP to advance the various activities under the Regional Energy Cooperation Blueprint, the APIC. Next slide, please. ASEAN maintained a stable annual population growth rate of between 1% and 1.3%, which was slightly higher than the global population growth rate, reaching 792 million people by 2050. The growth rate of ASEAN real GDP ranged between 3 to 7%, with the exception of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. From 2020 to 2050, GDP is expected to expand by 3.8 times from 7.8 to 30 trillion US dollar. In line with rapid economic growth, primary energy supply is estimated to grow 4 times from 2020 to 2050 if no transition measures are taken. The energy efficiency measures would reduce growth to 3 times with national measures, 2.7 times with regional target or APIC, and 2.5 times with power cost optimization. Fossil fuel remain the largest component, mostly from oil in transport sectors and coal in power and industrial sectors. Next slide, please. And ASEAN, through its regional targets, fully understand the role of energy transition to secure energy sustainability. The region also saw a great progress in adding renewable power installation in the region. And by 2021, our share in installed power capacity reached 33.6%. It is an increase of 0.3% point from 2020. And our installed capacity was 99 gigawatt out of total 295 gigawatt. This value exceeded baseline scenario of ASEAN Energy Outlook 7 by 1.5% point, but has a gap of 0.6% point and 1.9 percentage point from the ATS and APS pathways, respectively. Applying correction factor of the IO7 projection using the latest data, the RE in power capacity in 2025 will be 36.9%, exceeded the 35% of regional target. Energy transition can be accelerated through energy cooperation and innovation. That is what we believe and push through within ASEAN. Among others, it has been shown that the realization of ASEAN cross-border interconnection system under the ASEAN Power Grid is a cost-optimized solution and can lead to higher penetration of RE, including those of solar and wind. Following the success of LTMS-PIP, the region is planning an upgrade of the line, including addition of Cambodia, and also new initiatives such as PIMP-PIP, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. Next slide. I think this is one quite important slide. The financing can become either the bottlenecks and catalyst to energy transition from the current system that is heavily dependent on fossil fuel. The energy transition would require huge amount of investment. If you're looking at on the table on the left, you can see the 4 columns. The 2 columns on the left is the Renewable Energy Outlook 2023, a collaborative work between ARENA and ACE. And the first 2 columns is the ASEAN Energy Outlook 7. Over there, we can see the RE penetration in electricity generation in Energy Outlook 7, which is counted 50% and 68% on ATS and APS respectively, while it's on the RE Outlook PES and 1.5 degree scenarios, a 60% and 90% respectively. On the electricity share, the TFEC, total final energy consumption, in the ATS is 25% and 27%, whereas on the RE outlook is 30 and 52% on the 1.5 degrees scenario. So if you're looking at over there and comparing with the investment in power generation in the ASEAN Energy Outlook APS or ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation scenario, accounted $726 billion, while is on the RE scenario, the investment on the power will reach more than 3.7 trillion And looking at least cost optimization with the same share of the RE electricity generation, which is 67.9%, and electricity share in the FEC 27.4%, the investment in the power generation can be reduced at $500 billion. So with that, I conclude my presentation, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ace. Now let's continue to the next agenda item. 6.3, Transition Finance and Technologies-Based Suitability Assessment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And next one, please. As a result of Paris Agreement and Glasgow Climate Pact, areas energy research activities in recent years are increasingly focused on climate change-related ones, including ASEAN decarbonization pathways, such as scenario analysis and transition technology list and transition finance. And actually, all of them are mutually interrelated. Next one, please. Area's scenario analysis on carbon neutrality pathway clearly shows that importance of transition technologies for early, partial, and deep decarbonization. A list of such technologies would be very much useful for financial institutions and business community and policymakers. Next one, please. And with that in mind, we published last year Technology List and Perspectives on Transition Finance in Asia, and it covers transition technologies in upstream and power sector, accounting for over 50% of total regional CO2 emissions. They include such transition technologies as CCGT, low carbon ammonia, hydrogen, and CCUS. Next one, please. And deployment of transition technologies calls for investment, bankable investment. That is why transition finance is truly crucial. And AREA is now participating in the Asia Transition Finance Study Group for exploring ways and means for facilitating transition finance in the region. And 20 commercial banks and 6 development banks and ECA export credit agencies and 13 public agencies and finance associations are the members of that study group. Next one, please. And Asia Transition Finance Guidance, developed by ADF Study Group, covers basics and applications for transition finance so as to be able to guide transition finance beginners. And from year 2023, this year, AREA has started to take the lead in this study group related activities to further refine the guidelines and familiarize the concept of transition finance to other financial institutions and stakeholders within the region. Through such activities, several challenges are being identified. Next one, please. First of all, project utilizing transition finance has not been yet materialized. Potential receivers of transition finance are not necessarily aware of transition finance references. And in order to materialize a transition project, public authorities need to provide sectoral or national transition roadmaps and regulations and local supply chains, as well as carbon markets. And financial assistance, such as blended finance and dedicated funds, could also facilitate transition pilot projects. And the fundamental problem, it seems to me, that is different interpretation of so-called transition finance between developed and developing countries as to whether transition finance are called for consistency with 1.5 degrees Celsius path goal or a more broad Paris Agreement temperature goal. And since developed countries, which has a very strong commitment to 1.5 degrees Celsius target, have strong influence in global standard setting, financial institutions in this region tend to be more hesitant in providing finance to transition technologies such as CCGT or ammonia, even though that is serving to pragmatic energy transition, which is indispensable for this region. Next one, please. So to sum up, pathways towards carbon neutrality could be diverse among countries, reflecting their national circumstances, and transition pathways in Asia regions are different from those in developed countries. And given continuous role of fossil fuels in the Asian region, ammonia, hydrogen, and CCUS are vital transition technologies for pragmatic decarbonization. Accordingly, transition finance tailored for Asian energy reality is absolutely necessary. And policy and measures for encouraging the demand for transition technologies also need to be enhanced. And finally, I'd like to emphasize that Asian region need to raise their voices in the global debate as to the necessity of a smooth, realistic, and stepwise energy transition, and also transition finance tailored for Asian energy reality. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Area. We are moving on the next agenda, Agenda 6.4, enabling just and inclusive energy transition for the green growth in emerging and developing economy. Allow me to invite Irina to present this briefing to the ES Minister on policy enabler to drive down the cost of clean energy technologies in support of sustainable energy-driven green growth and creating opportunity for the new green industry, jobs and technologies while managing structural change and workplace as a result of the transition. Irina, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gürbüz Gönül. I'm the Director for Country Engagement and Partnerships, and it's a great pleasure for me to join you today to present Irina's perspective to enable and just and inclusive energy transition in East Asia region. Ladies and gentlemen, the world stands at a very important crossroads. The escalating climate crisis, demands immediate and concerted action. Thus, achieving net zero emissions by 2050 or even earlier has become a global imperative. Next slide, please. The world's energy transition is facing significant setbacks, aggravated by the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical tensions. The stakes are incredibly high. Even slight shifts in global temperatures can trigger far-reaching consequences for our environment, societies, and economies. To limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, we must cut CO2 emissions by around 37 gigatons from 2022 levels and achieve net zero emissions in the energy sector by 2050. This transition requires a complete transformation of how we consume and produce energy. The steepest cuts in emissions need to be made in the years leading to 2030, which means that every second, every minute, every hour we delay, the goal slips further from our grasp. Next slide, please. While some progress has been made, the pace of energy transition is unequal and insufficient. The deployment of renewable energy technologies falls far short of the levels required to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. In 2022, around 300 gigawatt of renewable power capacity was added globally, but to stay on 1.5 degree pathway, an annual deployment of 1,000 gigawatt of renewable power until 2030 is necessary. Most climate pledges have not been translated into actionable national strategies, and investment remains deeply inadequate. Fossil fuel investments in 2022 were nearly twice that of the renewables, even amidst a record-breaking $1.3 trillion flow into renewable energy projects. Not to mention that 85% of these renewable energy investments benefited less than 50% of the world's population. We need to address this imbalance urgently by quadrupling annual investments and ensuring more equitable financial flows. Next slide, please. Taking a regional view, ASEAN countries stand at the crossroads of opportunity and challenge. Energy needs have surged by around 3% annually for 2 decades, with fossil fuel making up 77% of total energy supply. Renewable energy has grown too, but its share in total energy has dropped from 32% to 23%, partly due to reduced use of traditional biomass. However, newer renewable energy technologies like bioenergy, geothermal, hydro, solar, and wind have risen from 13% to 17.5%. These numbers show ASEAN's potential in renewables, but challenges like limited investments, technology gaps, and uncertain policies hamper progress. The region has the potential to become a renewable energy leader, but identifying the barriers and crafting dedicated solutions will be crucial in the next few years. Next slide, please. IRENA has identified specific barriers that will impede just and inclusive progress in emerging and developing economies. First, we need to refocus on physical infrastructure, ensuring that the new system accommodates those who have been left behind. This includes investments in grids, interconnectivity, trade routes, and production locations that align with changing patterns of trade and demand. Second, we must develop policy and regulatory frameworks that account for the evolving dynamics of energy transition. These frameworks should incentivize investment in the right direction, fostering an environment conducive to renewable energy deployment. And thirdly, we need a strategic shift in institutional capacities to align skills and capabilities with the new energy system. A well-skilled local workforce is vital for harnessing the benefits of transition and ensuring a smooth and efficient implementation. Next slide, please. Indeed, at the ASEAN regional level, the 1.5 degree scenario could boost employment substantially, from around 1.3 million currently to around 3.9 million by 2030 and some 5.1 million by 2050. This insight comes from our latest report on socioeconomic footprint of the energy transition in Southeast Asia, which reveals that the region stands to achieve not only economic and employment growth, but also strong, close to 11% improvement in social welfare by 2050. Justice and fairness are key to gain support and prevent unequal impact. To achieve clean energy for all, a holistic approach is crucial, addressing economic, cross-sectoral, and energy-specific aspects. The region should prioritize climate action, foster regional collaboration for ambitious emission reductions, and encourage local private sector participation. Strengthening manufacturing skills development and R&D can drive a local workforce for the transition, and commitments to renewables, ending fossil fuel subsidies, investing in infrastructure, and adopting smart grid technology will accelerate progress. While the challenges and the scale of transition are monumental, so too are the opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irina. Now, I would like to open the floor to discuss on the presentation by the international organization. Please share your comment, view, or through, if any. Floor is open. Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank all the presenters for your efforts in working groups, and I am pleased to see steady progress in each of them. Japan has provided comprehensive support, including support for developing energy transition roadmaps tailor-made for each country. And in addition, we welcome the fact that the Asia Transition Finance Study Group, consisting of private financial institutions throughout Asia, is now developing tools to facilitate financing for transition technologies. We welcome the ongoing cooperation by AREA on the variety of areas to utilize all energy sources and technologies, including carbon recycling and CCUS. I expect AREA to continue to be the center of excellence on energy policy research in the region and provide useful policy recommendation to member countries. Building on the analysis and recommendation from AREA, I expect ASEAN countries to set their own direction towards carbon neutrality and develop roadmaps following realistic transition pathways unique to each country. And furthermore, we appreciate the rich outcomes of ASEAN Energy Outlook and other publications by ACE, and expect them to keep enlightening member countries through their credible analyses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Any others comment from the floor? If no comment, thank you again, AREA and Irina. I think we can wrap this session up. I allow AREA and Irina to leave the meeting room. Thank you again. Sorry. AREA still in this room. Thank you, Irina. We move to the next agenda. Agenda item 7. Which is EAS ECTF Chair Report to the 17 EAS EMM. The EAS ECTF Chair Report focus on the progress and accomplishment of the EAS Energy Cooperation in 2022-2023 and future work plan, such as progress, accomplishment, and work plan of the biofuel for the transport and other purposes, work stream led by the Philippines and India, progress, accomplishment, and work plan of the energy efficiency and conservation work stream led by Japan and Thailand, and progress, accomplishment, and work plan of the renewable and alternative power generation work stream led by Brunei Darussalam and Republic of Korea. I invite ASEC to share a short brief. Please, ASEC.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good evening to all of the distinguished delegates. Please kindly allow the ASEAN Secretariat to brief the EAS ECTF on the draft EAS ECTF Chair's report to the 17th EAS EMM for review and consideration of EAS ECTF. As mentioned by the Chair, there are 3 ECTF work streams to be reported to the 17th EAS EMM. The data or the informations here are collected based on the previous EAS ECTF that was held back in June. The first one is on the energy efficiency and conservation, the work stream led by Japan and Thailand, with 2 initiatives on energy audit for distributed energy systems. The first one is led by METI Japan on analysis to introduce distributed energy systems, and it was conducted in December 2022 to February 2023 for Koh Payam Island in Thailand. On the EAS Energy Outlook, which is led by AREA, the outlook sharpened the low carbon energy transition carbon neutral scenario and produced revised scenarios for 17 countries with their own pathways to necessary energy costs. And the tentative conclusion presented through this initiative is on the promotion of energy efficiency and conservation and electrification in the final energy consumption sector. And the analysis also showed a difference of emission reduction due to different economic growth rate between ASEAN member states and the EAS +7 participating countries. On the work plan, in 2023, Japan plans to circulate application form through the ASEAN Secretariat to open a project-based, again, distributed energy system analysis based on AMS application. On 2023 until 2024, the selected project will be announced in September and for the completion by March 2024. In regard of the EAS Energy Outlook, the work plan is for updating the energy outlook and saving potential, and also continuously updating the scenarios mentioning using LEAP. We would like to kindly open the floor for inputs and feedbacks from the EAS ECTF participating countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ASEC. May I now open the floor for any additional input to the draft report that will be presented to the Minister. Thailand, please.
Yes. Thailand acknowledged the progress and the accomplishments of the EAS Energy Cooperation, and also appreciate the work done by EAS, ECTF, and the member states. These successful accomplishments and outcomes will strengthen the EAS Energy Cooperation to achieve the common goals for more secure and sustainable energy future. In this regard, Thailand would like to encourage more application on the energy audit distributed energy system in the regional wide. Distribution of the energy system offers the ASEAN countries one of the best options in responding to the increasing energy demand and providing the energy access to the remote, rural, and mountainous island areas and economic zones. The promotion of the DES is crucial, but also needs the specific policy support, and we look forward to seeing the continued progress in the future work plans in the ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Next, Brunei Darussalam, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency Chair. Brunei Darussalam would like to praise the good progress of activities undertaken by the East Asia Summit Energy Cooperation Task Force. The 3 work streams under the EAS ECTF have seen a number of ongoing activities to enhance clean energy cooperation. At this opportunity, Brunei Darussalam would like to express our sincerest gratitude to the Republic of Korea as co-chair of the RAPG workstream on the continued support given in advancing the region's priority in exploring renewable and alternative power generation. The next activities plan on techno-economics aspects on co-firing technology using ammonia and hydrogen will be an excellent follow-up activity to supplement the seminar held last year on hydrogen technologies. As per the recommendations, it is encouraged as well for the activities done under the workstream to be streamlined with the priorities under the ASEAN long-term RE roadmap, as well as the activities that can further assist in achieving targets under the APIC. Furthermore, Brunei Darussalam would like to encourage further discussions on the development of regulatory frameworks, financing and capacity building on clean and emerging technologies such as carbon capture and storage. We welcome initiatives that can further assist ASEAN in realizing our energy transition goals whilst still ensuring our energy security. Thank you.
Thank you, Brunei. Any others comment from the floor? If no comment, thank you. I think we can wrap up the draft of report.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I thought we are going to discuss slide by slide, or we have the second work stream. If Mr. Chair is allowable, we would like to brief the second and the remaining work stream. It's okay. Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much for the input from the. So on the second work stream is just biofuels for transport and other purposes. The key accomplishments is led in 2023 is on the analysis of EAS future mobility fuel scenarios and considering the sustainable use of biofuels and other alternative vehicle fuels, which is led by AREA, with findings that can be seen on the right side on the GHG, greenhouse gases emission reduction and the cobalt consumption. And the work plan for 2023 and 2024 is a proposal for new study on analysis of water, energy, food, nexus for sustainable biomass utilization or fuel, fiber, and food in selected EAS countries. In the third work stream, which is renewable and alternative power generation, with 3 initiatives under this work stream, is on the first on the pre-feasibility studies. We noted the accomplishment of the completion of wind power pre-feasibility study in Brunei Darussalam, with feasibility conducted during April 2020 until July 2022, and the work plan is to conduct research on solar rooftop development and business model for ASEAN industrial complex in Vietnam. The second one is on capacity building seminars. We noted the conduct of virtual hydrogen technologies on the 6th of December 2022, and the next work plan is to conduct seminar on techno-economic aspects on co-firing technology using ammonia and hydrogen. On EAS Clean Energy Forum, we would like to request the inputs from China on the accomplishments in 2023. However, we noted the work plan is to conduct the 6th EAS Clean Energy Forum as part of the 2023 China ASEAN Clean Energy Week, KQ. The time is 18, this will be corrected, it's 18 until 24 September 2023 in Hainan, China. The recommendations to the EAS AMM
are divided based on the work streams. First is on the energy efficiency and conservation work stream. The first recommendation is to enhance cooperation on energy efficiency and conservation in transport and industry through several initiatives such as vehicle fuel efficiency and fuel quality standards, and also conduct of industrial energy audits, analysis of electrification of industrial process and decarbonization of industrial heat sources. On the work stream of biofuel for transport and other purposes work stream, the suggestion is to explore cooperation on sustainable aviation fuels and flexible fuel vehicles, and also bioenergy with carbon capture and storage or BECCS. On the work stream of renewable and alternative power generation work stream, the recommendation is to align the activities under this work stream with the ASEAN long-term renewable energy roadmap to strengthen cooperation on reducing regions' risk premium to drive down the cost of renewables in the region, and also to explore cooperation on new technologies and alternative power generation. On the report of other initiative, we'd like to summarize the other initiative led by the EA's participating countries. First is with Australia. We noted the plan to conduct ASEAN-Australia high-level dialogue on climate change and energy transition, and also the currently ongoing discussion of ASEAN-Australia energy cooperation focusing on ASEAN power grid, renewable energy, and regional energy policy and planning to support the implementation of APAIC Phase 2. With Japan, we noted the Japan-led Asia Zero Emissions Community, the Asia Energy Transition Initiative, and the Asia CCUS Network. With Russia, we noted the recent adoption of ASEAN-Russia Work Plan on Energy Cooperation for 2023 and 2025, with cooperation areas on oil and natural gas, coal and clean technology, power and electricity, nuclear energy for peaceful purposes, renewable energy sources, alternative and low carbon energy technologies and policies. With the United States, we noted the ASEAN-US Energy Cooperation Work Plan 2021-2025 with focus on energy security and resilience, renewable advanced and emerging energy technologies, energy market integration, natural gas and petroleum, and also the Southeast Asia Smart Power Program to support the implementation of APAIC Phase 2. That concludes the EACCTF report. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ace. May I now open the floor for any additional input to the draft? If no comment, thank you again, Ace. I think we can wrap up the draft report and present the report to the ministers. Before we close the meeting, as we may recall, we still have pending issues on our GMS. But before that, I would like to allow Area to leave the meeting room. Thank you, Area. Excellencies and colleagues, we will revisit our draft of GMS EMM. As you may be aware, we try to find common ground by exerting our utmost flexibility to achieve consensus. For example, on the use of the net zero and low emission. I really appreciate that. On my note, we still have pending issues on the insertion of reference on the geopolitical issues, as well as the use of the carbonization or reducing emission terms. I was informed that Russia already agreed to use the proposed para by Indonesia in para 5 to use the last year para in our GMS EMM. With some addition. Russia has also agreed on the use of the net zero and low carbon energy.
technologies. Low carbon and energy, net zero emissions and low carbon energy technologies, para 9. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rasya. Once again, I request we could exert flexibility to achieve the conclusion. Otherwise, we could not conclude the GMS. I request ASEC to once again guide us on the discussion of the GMS. ASEC, please. Huh? Oh, sorry. I think we should limit our discussion until 8 p.m. Agree? Because we need to prepare for the tomorrow meeting. So if we could not reach consensus for GMS, regretfully, Chair will proceed to issue Chairman's statement for the 7th ESEMM. ASEC, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having heard that Russia has already agreed on paragraph 9, which has to do with the use of the phrase net zero and low carbon, rather low emission, net zero emissions and low carbon. That would mean, Mr. Chair, that paragraph 9, 10, and 17 should now be resolved, Mr. Chair. So that means, Mr. Chair, that we have 7 more paragraphs. So if you would allow us, Mr. Chair, we could move to the issue on using the term decarbonize or its variation, and the alternative of using the phrase reduce emissions. That's in paragraph 2 and 8. So, okay, we are... So in paragraph 8, Mr. Chair, perhaps we could hear from Indonesia or Russia on this, Mr. Chair. We understand that Indonesia is flexible to use reduce emissions or its variation, or rather that is the I should correct myself, Mr. Chair, that is the proposed compromise language from Indonesia. Could we perhaps hear from Russia, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Ace. Para 9 is concluded. Para 9. So, we open the floor for the para 2. Any? Rasya, please.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding para 2, Alternative proposal is to add in the beginning of the sentences the mention to SDG 7. We affirm our commitments in line with Sustainable Development Goal number 7 to promote and further as in the proposed text. And exclude address climate change.
Check. Okay.
Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indonesia is in principle flexible to use the reduced emission or decarbonization. However, I just want to share with colleagues around the table that last year's GMS we are using decarbonization. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. ASEC, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we perhaps hear again from Russia, Mr. Chair, if it is flexible to use decarbonization? Because in any case, we had used decarbonization in previous year's statement.
Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I believe that we would like to fix the emission reduction, not decarbonization.
ASEC. ASEC.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, this is a sticking point. And I think there are two paragraphs, Mr. Chair, that are affected by this, paragraph 2 and 8. And perhaps just so we can move this along, Mr. Chair, and see whether we can find common ground, perhaps we can quickly go around the table now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. We agree to pending para 2 and para 8, yeah? And we will continue to the next para. Please, ASEC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, so perhaps we move on to the term, rather to the reference to climate and the suggestion to delete this. And this affects paragraphs, 5 paragraphs, paragraphs 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, Mr. Chair. Basically, the proposal is to delete references to climate and to instead retain only the reference to sustainability, Mr. Chair. once again, perhaps it's good to hear from Russia on this. We do note that in previous years, JMS, we did not remove references to climate across the board, Mr. Chair.
Again, Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I need some time to coordinate the position with the capital. Thank you. If it's possible, could we please to suspend this para? So, Mr. Chair, if you'd allow us, we'll move through the list of pending items. That's the third one. The fourth one would be on the issue on the transition pathway. That's para 6, Mr. Chair. What is supposed to be? So, Mr. Chair, it appears that this is an issue that is also pending. Paragraph number 6 on the transition pathway. And perhaps we could hear from US and once again from Russia afterwards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
US, please. Sorry, Singapore, please. Please. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, apologies. Can we go back to para 2? I think we can go along. It's a bit confusing now, but if I read the line to say recognizing the urgent need to reduce emission in the energy sector, it's an important endeavor that all of us are doing. So the line reads reasonably fine for us. So recognizing the urgent need to reduce emission in the energy sector, comma, and then we continue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. US, please.
I think we can go along with that. We'd like to include greenhouse gas emissions. So recognizing the urgent need to address greenhouse gas emissions in the energy sector. Thank you.
Singapore also agrees with that. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, if I can come back, can we say recognizing the urgent need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the energy sector? Thank you. Just with a little bit more clarity.
Again, I request Russia for your response on this modification, please.
I need some time, please, about 2 minutes. And thank you for the brilliant proposal. Thank you.
Any other comment from the floor, especially from the EMS? Rasya, please.
Thank you, Chair. We could propose, we could support the proposal prepared by Singapore side, but would like to add but we would like to exclude the urgent need. Recognizing yes. Yes. So, yes, this is our proposal. Thank you.
Singapore.
Having been handed the
US, please.
This from Singapore, US can go along.
Singapore can go along too. Thank you.
Thank you, US and Singapore. ASEC, please.
So perhaps with that, Mr. Chair, we can move on to the, if this is settled already, we can move on to the
Could you show us the clean result?
Can you just delete it?
Thank you, ASEC. If no more comment, we conclude para 2. Hmm? We conclude para 2. Rasya, please.
Thank you, Chair. We're grateful for the understanding and we're ready to support this para in this context. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasya.
So with your permission, Mr. Chair, if we could jump to 8, because I think that's also the one where, where is the... That is also the paragraph, Mr. Chair, where we also have the use of the word decarbonize. And the proposal to also change it to reduce emissions. So with that, perhaps we can use the language in para 2. Reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So, Mr. Chair, we use the language in paragraph 2 so that this can be clean. It now reads, the meeting highlighted the need to enhance collaboration in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the energy sector. And then, so if we could already remove the pending marker here and move forward.
Thank you, Asek. Any next comment from US and Russia?
U.S. can support. Thank you, Chair.
This one is okay already. 2 and 8. So, Mr. Chair,
Asek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, unless there is still objection in para 8, Mr. Chair, sorry, we're trying to move a little quicker on the rest of the paragraphs. If there are no comments on para 8, that would mean we have closed paragraphs 2 and 8, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asek. We conclude para 8. Asek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with that, we can move perhaps to para 3, 5, 6, and 7. I think those ones are still pending, Mr. Chair. So para 3, once again, the reference to climate there and the Paris Agreement, Mr. Chair, basically. The meeting concurred on the importance of cross-sectoral collaboration.
Thank you, ASEC. As mentioned by ASEC, we have reference on climate in last year GMS. Again, I request Russia could be flexible on this issue. Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. So regarding para 3, I need some time to coordinate the position and will revert as soon as possible to the para. Thank you. But the position regarding to exclude the mention to Paris Agreement is the same. We propose to exclude it from the text, to delete.
Thank you again, Russia. ASEC.
So perhaps we once again, just to refresh ourselves on our memory on the pending items that has reference to climate, perhaps we could take a quick look at para 5, 6, and 7, because we understand those are the items that have reference to climate. So can we go to 5? 3, 5, and 7. But 5 also has 2 pending items, in fact, Mr. Chair. So can we have a look at para 6? Where is the climate there? So in para 6, Mr. Chair, there are 2 pending items there. One is a proposal to delete that sentence. The meeting emphasized the importance of pursuing just and inclusive energy transitions through an all-fuels, all-technologies approach that enhances the reliability, affordability, and sustainability of energy for all. In fact, I must correct myself, 3 items that are pending there, Mr. Chair. If we could perhaps perhaps if we could suggest, Mr. Chair, that on the first item that is being proposed to be deleted by US, perhaps we could check with US if it's flexible on that item. That's a language that we have put in previous statements, at least for the first item that is pending there.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, ASEC. With regard to this paragraph, I do think that the proposed text that the United States has offered provides that the greatest amount of clarity on sort of where our end goal is. I think perhaps what we could do is, if the desire is to retain the existing text, if we can say consistent with global net zero greenhouse gas emissions by or around mid-century, or by mid-century. By mid-century is preferred. And add that to the text requested to be retained by the Russian Federation. I believe we can make that work. Thank you. And striking or around.
Thank you, US. Again, Russia. Please.
Thank you for compromise proposal. So I need some time. So I believe that we could be agree with this text, but could you please give me some time to coordinate it with the capital? But I believe that we could be agree. So, Mr. Chair, with the request of Russia for a little bit more time on this, we could leave this as pending and perhaps go to the next one, 4 and 5, to do with the 4 and 5. Okay, 4 and 5 are similar, Mr. Chair. Reference to conflict and geopolitical issues, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, perhaps just to recall also the conversation earlier on this, paragraph 4 and 5, perhaps we could hear from Australia, and then, who else? And then US, and then Indonesia. For both paragraphs, there is a compromise language that has been put forward by Indonesia and supported by the Philippines, Mr. Chair. So if we could suggest that we hear from the participating EAS participating countries that have proposed this. Can we start with para 4? These particular insertions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEC. May I invite Australia and US for your comment?
Thank you, Chair. Well, Australia, as I sort of explained earlier, Australia supports the insertion of the text that's proposed by the US. However, that's not acceptable to other parties than when proposed the text that's in now paragraph 4 as some compromise text. We appreciate the language put forward by Indonesia, but we think it's important to strengthen that a bit, hence the reference there to the ASEAN 56th Foreign Ministers meeting communique, which has some important points in it. So we can either accept the US text or the text we've proposed, but not the other alternative text. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. For the United States, we certainly support the intent of Australia's text, but we do believe that it needs the addition of the language that the United States has proposed, consistent with what our leaders have agreed to. And certainly, thank you.
Thank you, Australia and US. Indonesia, you have a suggestion?
Perhaps. Mr. Chair, apologies. Perhaps, so after hearing from Australia and US, and help us refresh our memories on the rationale for the proposal, we could hear one more time from Russia if it is prepared to be flexible on this compromise text in paragraph 4, Mr. Chair.
Again, Russia, please. Para 4.
We could agree with the text. The meeting noted that ongoing conflicts and related shocks, economic shocks caused by unilateral sanctions, inconsistent with the UN Charter. Caused by unilateral sanctions, unilateral sanctions inconsistent with the UN Charter. So, Mr. Chair, if we could inquire from Russia whether its inputs in this paragraph is already completed or...
Gracias, please.
Thank you, Chair. And in addition, we want to propose to replace the phrase, the economic impact of these ongoing conflicts, here in the text, the second part of the text. The economic impact of these ongoing conflicts, to replace with no, I mean the second part of the sentences. Yes, so here too, attempts to use energy demand as a tool of political and economic coercion. Yes, as a tool of political and economic coercion. Australia is requesting for the floor.
Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We were trying to sort of propose some more flexible text with this paragraph, but I'm sorry, we can no longer support this paragraph with those amendments. It fundamentally changes what we were trying to convey. So if that's the case, we may need to revert to what the US is proposing.
Thank you. Australia. I would like to invite Indonesia, Australia, US, and Russia to state their final flexible possible, if I may. The first may be Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indonesia can go along with the para proposed by Australia. However, we would like to add an additional text regarding the epicentrum of growth, since this is, how to call it, this is our priorities during our chairmanship this year. And of course, Indonesia needs cooperation, collaboration, not only from the ASEAN member states, but also from ES participating parties in establishing the region as the epicentrum of growth. However, Indonesia proposes that to omit or to delete the proposal given by Russia regarding the unilateral sanction. Thank you, Chair.
Indonesia, Australia.
Thank you, Chair.
Final flexible.
Yeah, we can support what Indonesia submitted then about going along with paragraph 4, but we would need the removal of the insertions by Russia. Very happy to include the reference to epicentrum of growth as proposed by Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Next, I invite US for your final flexible.
Thank you, Chair, for your patience. While we support both Australia's text and Indonesia's additions to paragraph 4, I think what Russia's Federation's additions have shown is that the only existing consensus language that we have is that agreed to by our leaders in various fora in paragraph 5. So we can go along with 4, but we'll also need 5. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Again, Russia, for your final flexible possible position.
Thank you, Chair. So our proposal to exclude from the text the meeting joined the call of ASEAN at the 56th ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting. So we propose to exclude this sentence. And the second proposal is to replace issues in energy supply chains . The first part of the para, including the volatility of energy prices and issues in energy supply chains. So we propose to replace with issues on the demand side. Mr. Chair, just to help us reflect the inputs faithfully in the screen, can we check with Russia if it's before going to the inserting the new proposal? Can we check with Russia if it is amenable to deletion of this clause on caused by unilateral sanctions inconsistent with the UN Charter, as well as the clause there on attempt to use energy-side as a tool of political and economic coercion? We're just asking that because those are the two phrases where we are trying to find a resolution on, Mr. Chair. And that will, I suppose, determine the final because this is the expression of final from each participating country, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asek. I think we are approaching 8 p.m., but we're still facing difficulties to find consensus on the geopolitical issue. And we also still have other pending para. Yes. By this situation, Chair proposed to have a chairman statement for the 17th ES-EMM instead of ES-GMS of ES-EMM. Is it agree for the all floor? Philippines, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines fully support the proposal to have a chairman's statement instead of a joint statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Any other comment from EMS? Indonesia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indonesia support the initiatives to have the chairman statement instead of a GMS. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. If there is no comment from the floor, we could agree to have a chairman statement, and we move to the agenda item 8, closing remarks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we have come to the end of our meeting, I would like to thank all ES colleagues for your commitment and cooperation in this meeting. We have underlined the critical role of energy in driving economic growth and enhancing the quality of life for our people. Our collective effort to address the energy challenges is important to ensure our sustainable energy security and accelerate the energy transition. I look forward to meeting all ES colleagues in the 17th ES-EMM with more fruitful discussion and exchange of views from the ministers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the closing remarks that officially concludes our deliberations for the entire day today, and also the two-day preparatory meetings that we've been having. Ladies and gentlemen, may all of our hard work in the past 2 days result into the 41st ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting's resounding success. And on that note, finally, I'm Rahmat Idris. On behalf of the organizing committee, we sincerely apologize for any inconveniences and shortcomings throughout the event, and our heartfelt thanks to all of you for your contributions and insights on the matter. And in Bali, we bid adieu by saying a wish. May you be blessed with safety and peace. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please enjoy Bali.
Sorry. However, I was informed that there is a request from AMS colleagues to stay in the meeting room for another minute, since we still have item to be discussed. Thank you. Colleagues, I apologize for holding you again for another minute. I hope it wouldn't take long. Our colleagues, Singapore, will have some information to be shared regarding to the IOE of the APGMOU. Without further ado, I invite Singapore. Please, Singapore. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have good news. We can agree to the current text of the IOE. Thank you for accommodating Singapore for taking some time to get back onto this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Singapore, for the good news on the clearance from your capital. It means that Singapore could continue its internal process to attain the full power to assign the IOE. Next, I also heard that ASEC also would like to revise our GMS for the 41st amendment to refine the para related to APG MOU to reflect a stronger commitment. ASEC, please.
So, Mr. Chair, with respect to information on the modality for signing, we understand that there will be no ceremony, but that for the countries that already have their full powers, Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam, and Lao PDR, ASEC is brought the documents for signing, and so perhaps one by one we will approach the three delegations to obtain the signature of their ministers or the person authorized under the IFP, Mr. Chair. So on that, we will do it country by country from the ASEAN Secretariat end. That's for the signing of the IOE, Mr. Chair. And because of this development, happy development this evening, we need to quickly finalize, Mr. Chair, the JMS, so that we can acknowledge this as an accomplishment, Mr. Chair. And with that, we can put up the JMS, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, so we're looking at paragraph 8, and in view of the development, this development, Mr. Chair, the suggested language now, Mr. Chair, is to say the meeting welcome plans for the extension of the existing MOU of APG until 31 December 2025 and called upon all AMS. So basically, everything before that is now deleted, Mr. Chair.
Asek, could you show us the clean version? I invite colleges if there is any response for this document. If no comment, we can conclude this para. Yeah. And consider the GMS for the AMEM potipes is clean. Again, thank you very much for your Indonesia. Indonesia, Pas. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, just to ask consideration from Mr. Chair and ASEC regarding the meeting, the last sentence of the para 8, the meeting welcome plans for the extension, etc. While we understand that the extension is itself already agreed, and some of us AMS will sign, if I'm not mistaken, will sign it tomorrow. So what we propose here is the meeting welcome the extension of the existing MOU, etc. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Asek, please. Any other comment from the floors?
Chair,
Malaysia, please.
I think Malaysia would like to propose that to retain the existing tax. I think I'm sure that not only Malaysia but other MS also may have their own internal procedures and required timelines in obtaining approval for the signing of this document. Basically, we have no objections, but I think we have to follow the procedures.
Thank you, Malaysia. Any others Thailand, please.
We also support Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Any others comment? Asek, please.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, just to, we do understand the concern of some of the member states that have yet to get their instrument of full powers. But to sort of try to be in the middle ground, we wanted to see if it's possible, Mr. Chair, that the signaling for the paragraph on the TAGP MOU would be different from the paragraph on the APG MOU, because there's the TAGP MOU, amended MOU has not reached that level of agreement on the text, and there are no. It has not been finalized as of now. But as it looks now on the screen, it's very similar. This and the APG MOU. So. So perhaps if we could try, perhaps if we could say the meeting welcomed the commencement of the process for extending the existing MOU until, or something to that effect, so that it sort of signals that there is progress already that is quite different from the status of the TAGP MOU, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asek. Any others comment? Indonesia, okay. Okay. Malaysia? For the last sentence from Asek?
I think we can be agreeable to that text.
Okay. Thailand?
Yes, we can agree with the text.
Okay. Singapore?
Well, if everybody is agreeable, that's good. I just think the line is a bit long. So, and actually all of us are working towards it and trying to get full power. So actually welcome the plans too is factual. So, but I leave that in the hands of the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. Vietnam?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vietnam have no further comments for this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Vietnam. Philippines?
Thank you, Chair. We don't have as well any comments on this para. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Cambodia?
Thank you, Chair. Cambodian have no any objection to the text.
Thank you. Cambodia. Brunei Darussalam?
No objections, fully support, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Brunei Darussalam. Okay, we conclude this para and consider the GMS for AMEM 40+ is clean. Yeah. Thank you. Again, thank you very much for your very patient for today, and we hope we can have a good, very good result for our minister meeting tomorrow. Again, thank you very much. Going back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I guess this is it. I hope this is my second closing, ladies and gentlemen. So they said seconds times a charm. So hopefully this is it. In the meantime, we promise you tomorrow that the opening ceremony will be bright and early at BNDCC 1. So please be there for the opening ceremony of the 41st ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting here in Bali, Indonesia. Finally, thank you. Thank you so much again. Let's end it with the final round of applause for all the delegates in this room. Thank you very much, everyone.
Perfect.